As you
Yes, this is basic geometry. Your flat Earth geometry. Flat Earth geometry. This is basic geometry.
It is.
I called you a flat earther.
My name's Ramsey.
Insisting that your flat Earth geometry will work.
I'm familiar with the bubble, Morty. I also dabble in precision, and if you think you can even approach it with your sad naked caveman eyeball in a bubble of air, you're the reason this species is a failure, and it makes me angry.
Did he say a five-sided square question mark?
You're a universal horizontal waterer.
You're drunk.
I called you a flat earther.
You want to experience true level? Do you? Yes. You want to experience true level?
That auto level is establishing a horizontal. That's just the way it is.
Because I've done the test with an auto level, which gives you a horizontal.
Yeah, it's gonna look super flat.
All right, come on. Wow, it's so.
Three coplanar points.
Oh Christ! Yeah, true level, bitch.
I called you a flat earther.
If you're into math, there's a certain shape where you could make a five-sided square.
Are you suggesting that horizontal can't curve?
Oh, everything's crooked. Reality is poison. I want to go back. I hate this.
What's his deal?
Morty. Go to school, Summer. I'll go on Morty's memory and do a little.
Ranty, come on, that's a globe. And he eventually just gave up and said, yeah, I agree, it's a globe.
Geodesic is a continuous string of infinitely small, straight lines.
Yeah, true level, bitch.
It's pretty flat and level now.
Ranty, come on, that's a globe.
Yeah, true level, bitch.
Ranty, come on, that's a globe.
Lance to the cosmic slaughter! Well, you seem to be in charge of what I get to remember. Why? Good question.
Ranty, come on, that's a globe.
I'll go on Morty's memory and do a little. Wow, it's so. Oh my god! Oh Christ! Yeah, true level, bitch.
If you're into math, there's a certain shape where you could make a five-sided square.
Ranty, come on, that's a globe.
Yeah, true level, bitch. Wow, it's so. Oh my god! Oh Christ! Yeah, true level, bitch.
I called you a flat earther.
True level, bitch.
I called you a flat earther.
True level, bitch.
I called you a flat earther.
Yeah, true level, bitch.
When you get to the end of this test and you have a result and you say level is horizontal and everyone says big whoop, that doesn't prove anything about the shape of the Earth, will you then say yes it does?
No.
No, okay, I'm going to bed. Alright.
Okay, so
I'm going to bed.
That level is horizontal is good for you then, right?
I agree level's horizontal.
Sweet.
All right,
True level, bitch.
Perfect.
Wow.
Nice, mate. I came
Nice.
in just for that. You flipped it, man.
Yeah, true level, bitch.
And we are live. Welcome, everybody. It is... What day is it? Wednesday. Trivium Day. Whether we've got what we've got for today. We've got for today. Other than going over a bit of the Trivium idea of exactly what we're doing here now. Seeing as this is Trivium Day, and I did have a debate. I have to keep going on about it. I'm possibly the only person that has gone into a debate and argued for level being horizontal and all horizontals being parallel. Sounds amazing, but yeah, that's me. Bev, try thinking. I'm the guy that's argued for that. My opponent, Blue Marble Science, not the entire scientific group of the Blue Marble, just the person that has the YouTube channel, he argued against those facts. Now, as we heard, because we've been over a couple of the videos, as we've heard what the Blue Marble scientific support group was saying. I think that's got into Blue Marble Science. I could say he's their leader. He is the guy with the big name, the top bod for the Blue Marble Scientific group. Now, he's believed, I think he's believed, his group when they said there is no argument. But the truth of it is that they say there is no argument because I don't think they can see it. Existential cognitive veiling. They hide themselves from the fact that it is an actual argument. I'll go over this. This is Blue Marble Science. I don't know if we've got anybody to. Who have we got?
Before we start, can I?
Yeah, of course you can. Off you go.
Okay. So the title was level is ... and horizontal is ...
All horizontals are ...
Okay. So those two statements, you came up with what you said they are. Did Blue Marble Science ever give you what he thought that they are, not what they are not?
No.
That's what I thought. So as just a precursor, so everybody knows we're going through this to explain why he did not give a positive claim.
Yeah, we've been saying for quite a while that there is no positive claim to be made, and Blue Marble,
than ours.
For the globe, yeah, there's no positive claim for the globe model that can be made.
Carry on. I'll just listen.
Yeah. Okay, I was looking for Blue Marble and his thing, but here we go. I've got these two things here. Now we've had these today. This is a Blue Marble Science. Blue Marble Science. The Blue Marble Science. The person that owns has the YouTube channel that called himself Blue Marble Science. So he must be linked some way with the science of the blue marble. That's what he's called himself. Now, I'll just read this out. This is tagged on to maybe one of the rebuttal videos, or maybe, I don't know. Blue Marble, he's got a chance to. Anything? Let me see. I can't see. All right. So he says, When you said I didn't provide a rebuttal to your presentation, my presentation, we've been over it. I presented two arguments, like Rob said at the beginning. One for level is ... where I placed horizontal in that argument, linked it together with a syllogism. And the other argument was all horizontals are ... which I said all horizontals are parallel, and I gave an argument to come up with that conclusion at the end. So I believe that I did give the arguments. He said when you said I didn't provide a rebuttal to your presentation, you were wrong, weren't you? He says. Makes a statement, then asks this question. I clearly explained your begging the question fallacy. I was like I said, I presented some arguments, premise, conclusion. If A equals B and B equals C, then A equals C. That was a very simple form, and in which I placed level, equal elevation, and horizontal together. I'm not aware of that being a begging the question fallacy. It seems like a very simple, basic syllogism. So that I guess that's his rebuttal to it, right? So go on, sorry.
He is wrongly assuming begging the question. Begging the question would be if a level is not known what it is or not proven. But it is in a dictionary, this is definition. So if level is a straight line, a plane, and it is in a dictionary, you don't need to prove that, because this is statement of fact, like axiom or common notion. So it is not begging the question. Begging the question would be only if level is unknown, what it is, and we have to prove what level is. But as far as we know, for like thousands of years, level is a straight line or plane. So you don't need to prove that. So it is not begging the question if you assume that level is a plane or straight line.
Well, I'm thinking, right? It may be that he's got it confused, right? When he hears level is horizontal, he might just have an association where level is horizontal. So he might just hear level is level. And then he would say that's a begging the question because level is level, and everybody knows that. But you know what I mean? He might have them so linked in his head that he can't separate it from them being different words. Both meaning equal elevation.
Yes, and
go on.
In that syllogism you produced, first premise is that level is equal elevation. This is premise, first premise. So begging the question fallacy would be that this statement is or false or not proven. That would be begging the question. But in debate, of course, he didn't address that. So he didn't say in debate that level is not equal elevation. Because he said multiple times that level is equal elevation. But of course, on globe side, they understand that differently. But still, this statement is true both in their model and in normal, let's say, scientific knowledge about level. So it is not begging the question. It cannot be begging the question in their model or without their model. It is just nonsensical statement what he is doing now in this writing, because it is not begging the question. It cannot be. So false statement of fact.
Yeah, but I mean, he might have been advised by Betty to say that, the blue marble logician.
Yeah, I assume yes, but still, this is a false statement. Begging the question is, for example, if you are using something as premise what is not proven, like for example, black hole. If you are saying black hole, if black hole, then something. It would be begging the question because you have to prove that black holes exist. And this is begging the question fallacy. Petitio principii in Latin. So it is exact translation into English because it means it demands proof before you can go forward with this premise. But level being equal elevation is not to be proved because it is already proved and measured as such. So there is no point to prove that level is equal elevation because all know that it is.
Yeah, I think
Both
that's what we agreed on. Yeah, I mean that
Yes.
nobody says that is in doubt, right? So the begging the question is, this is what he says, right? He says, I showed you where you had to assume horizontal is level in order to prove horizontal is level.
Again,
I think he missed the syllogism, right? It was linking horizontal to an equal elevation to come to the conclusion that level is horizontal.
yes, and he is wrong again. That would be not begging the question, but circular reasoning or tautology. But in your syllogism, there was no circular reasoning because you have three different terms. First, level. Second, equal elevation. And third term, horizontal. So this is not circular reasoning. Circular reasoning would be if you would say level is equidistant and again, in conclusion, level is equidistant. That would be circular reasoning, but not begging the question. So he's confusing circular reasoning with begging the question here. And you didn't do anything like that. No begging the question in your syllogism and no circular reasoning, because we have three terms here. So he is wrong twice in his statement. Sorry to say, but yes, that it is.
Check this out, he says. I showed you where you had to assume horizontal is level in order to prove horizontal is level. Level is an equal elevation, right? So he's made a confirmed statement there that level is an equal elevation. He says horizontal is not an equal elevation. That is the logical fallacy.
Wrong, completely wrong. And by the way, when he said level is an equal elevation, he admitted that it was your first premise. And he agreed on that. So he denied his own statement that this was begging the question. Because your first premise was level is equal elevation. And he now agrees on that.
Yeah, so it can't possibly be a begging the question.
Yes, it would be begging. This would be your begging the question. And he agrees on that. Complete nonsense. I think that he should go to Baby again and take some lessons from logic, because
I think he should give Beddy a slap round the back of the head for letting him do this.
Because this is just stupid. What he's contradicting himself, because he's assuming that, saying that you are begging the question, and in next statement he is saying that this is a correct premise. So I don't know. Sorry, no comment.
He has changed it though, right? He says the logical fallacy now is that horizontal isn't an equal elevation.
Yes,
which he never said, right? Really, I don't think.
Of course, but still, this is conclusion. Horizontal is equal elevation is conclusion, and it is inevitable conclusion from your syllogism. This is inevitable. You cannot make any other conclusion from your two premises. You cannot in your syllogism.
Yeah. So the matter would be to check whether a horizontal surface is a surface of even elevation, equal elevation, and even height. That would surely be how you would check this, not by saying it's a begging the question, not begging the question logical fallacy that isn't a logical fallacy at all. It just needs checking, and anybody can do that. I said that to anyone. Check it for yourself.
Sounds like a housekeeping question.
Is it?
Well, sort of. I think this is what the housekeeping question intends to ask.
Well,
by housekeeping question, I mean the Nathan Oakley show. They do these questions that are all kind of dumb, but they assume you live on a globe.
It depends, because the problem is with equal elevation, because if globers assume that equal elevation is what it means, really, it means along straight line, deviation from straight line or plane, then they should use the same meaning in this sentence. Horizontal is an equal elevation. You cannot change meaning of this equal elevation expression in premise and use indifferent meaning in conclusion, because it would be just dishonesty, double speaking. So we have to agree on both sides on one meaning of equal elevation. If equal elevation is a straight line, it means that this syllogism is correct, and by the way, proven. But if globers say that level is equal elevation by means of curved level, then horizontal is an equal elevation, being bendizontal, in fact. But still, syllogism holds. So they cannot deny that. They have to agree on same meaning of equal elevation expression. They cannot change that. So what Blue is saying here, when he says that level is equal elevation, he means like straight line, but horizontal is not equal elevation. It means that horizontal is not straight line. But it doesn't follow. It doesn't follow.
Is he not saying that a straight plane has a differing elevation? I think that's what he's trying to say, right? Because the horizontal is a plane, he's trying to say that in his mind, that plane has a different elevation along it, even though it's a plane, it's a straight line.
That would be complete nonsense.
Well, obviously, yes, but we are dealing with blue marble scientists here. Nonsense is to be expected. Powered by contradictions is this scientific group.
But still, inside this syllogism, when he says level is an equal elevation and horizontal is not an equal elevation, and this horizontal being equal elevation follows from level being equal elevation. So what he is doing, he is producing a pure non sequitur statement because it doesn't follow.
It doesn't follow in his mind, right? Because he's lost his logical sense. He's a blue marble scientist.
Yes, it is very, very, very likely.
Yeah.
Because if level is equal elevation, you cannot say that. Therefore, horizontal is not equal elevation. It is non sequitur.
Yeah, there's a mental break that's occurred, isn't there? Right, at some point in between that syllogism, between the midpoint of it, the middle term, and the end bit, there's something's not firing right. The logical process is broken down, and they don't really have a rebuttal to it.
Yes,
they just so no, not that. But
so in next sentence, he says, that is logical fallacy. I will agree. What he wrote in previous sentence, that is logical fallacy.
Yeah.
Yes, I can agree.
That's the logical fallacy. He wrote it out for us. The logical fallacy is what's going on in his head. The reasoning process that's going on in his head. And he says, you offered nothing to prove otherwise, other than all of the statements and stuff that I did show to finish the proof of the syllogism.
You proved what you had to prove.
Yeah.
Quod erat demonstrandum. You demonstrated what you had to prove. You proved, and that's okay. No rebuttal, because there is cannot be rebuttal for that.
Okay, now
they cannot.
His logical mind break continues, right? He says, you offer nothing to prove otherwise. I gave you reciprocal zenith angle measurements from several sources, proving, this is blue marble, proving verticals/zeniths are not parallel. Therefore, horizontals can't be parallel. That's blue marble science.
No measurements, sorry, but from this distance you cannot measure anything.
Yeah, what he's saying is, because he did bring a presentation, which we will go over at some point. Blue Marble's presentation was that some dudes went up hills and did a non-surveying practice. Well, I can't even call it a method. Basically, although they went with theodolites, right? The actual method they used, the procedure they used, it doesn't exist within surveying. Sending people up mountains to view things miles away and measure a vertical angle, it doesn't get done. Nothing to do with surveying at all. So that's what Blue Marble has given us. And because of that, because of these two dudes, who can't come and talk about what they did, they've gone missing for a bit, leaving Blue Marble to say it.
By the way, that would be a special pleading fallacy, because this is one alleged measurement against thousands and thousands of measurements of normal surveyors. So preponderance of evidence is on normal surveying, and they measure verticals being perpendicular to horizontal, 90 degrees, and so on. So this is only one non-correct, let's say, observations, because there were no measurements really, against thousand and thousand real measurements done by just, let's say, experts. So this only one against many. So I am sorry. preponderance of evidence proves that this was wrong, and special pleading fallacy.
Yeah. Well, Blue Marble says he's going to put the video out, so I hope you do, Blue. And when you do, we'll go over it, because we've been talking about it today. Within Blue Marble's presentation, he used a Euclidean proposition. Now, within Euclid, the way it gets laid out, we've been through this. It might get a bit boring for people, but Euclidean geometry is basically the foundations of mathematics. And what Blue Marble's done, it's genius, because he's a Blue Marble scientist, and their tactics are shown, and their ignorance is shown as well with the way they do this work. So within Euclid, there is an axiom, we call it the triangle axiom, which states which side of a straight line a triangle will be formed. Now, that's a bit of a problem for a certain group of people, and I think Euclid knew this, so that's why he put that in there as an axiom, because the actual parallel lines don't actually come into it until proposition 27. That was the first time Euclid needed to use or to bring in parallel lines into the thing. So you've got like a long way through the book one, before you have to use parallel lines, right? Now, obviously, a parallel line is a square. So all of the geometry that leads up to that point, you've never bothered dealing with a square figure. It's always been triangles and angles. Now, when I say 27, I mean, that's when the first notation about the parallel lines comes in. Now, the way Euclidean geometry works is it's a series of things. It's proof on proof on proof. The next one builds from the one before it. So if you were the sort of person that were going to use a proof within Euclid, you'd obviously have a very firm understanding that everything that came before that particular proof has been actually proved. That's why you're using that particular proposition at that particular time to show you exactly what you're doing. Blue Marble chose proposition 29. Not the first one of the parallels. So he's accepted that there are parallels within Euclidean geometry, because he's accepted 27 and 28. And he's going to 29. 29 includes the external angles as well, which means that the straight line's there. Which means that the guys that are doing this observation have set their azimuthal, but on the angle. Well, we'll do it a bit better. We'll go over the geometry. But basically, Blue Marble's fucked himself royally. And he doesn't even realise it. Why? Why doesn't he realise it? Because he's using proposition in Euclid about parallel lines. It's a proof for parallel lines. So you cannot and should not even contemplate using a proof for parallel lines to say they're not parallel.
Yes, and he's
ridiculous,
saying
isn't
that
it?
in this statement that level is equal elevation and horizontal is not. So why he is trying to use parallel lines?
Yeah. Oh, he's trying to use a proposition for parallel lines to say that they're not parallel. Like, it's so far. It's like so beyond, like, what does that even mean? How do you use a proposition that states a proof, QED, for parallel lines, for him to be able to say they're not parallel? How does that even work? It's so bad a stolen concept. I can't believe who's let Blue Marble do this. I blame... I don't know. Whoever it was that's allowed Blue Marble to do this. Right, so he says, and therefore horizontals can't be parallel in Blue Marble scientific terms. I provided long line elevation measurements showing level deviating from horizontal with distance at the rate of 8 inches per mile squared. But Blue Marble showed that level deviates from horizontal at that 8 inches per mile squared. Now, remember that, because we are going to go on to that in a bit.
I cannot remember that. Where he did that. I cannot recognize.
Hey, the next video that we're going to go over, it will all become clear. The narrative that they are now going with. And it's genius, paper. You'll love this. It's like a drama unfolding. And it says, and your own auto-level photo confirms it. It was a video that Chaiki took a screenshot of. So he may think that that's a photo. It's not. It was took from a video that we did. So, well done, Blue. He says, in reality, I provided a technically competent method of determining which model fits the observable and repeatable data, and you simply deny it. Yeah. I deny that Blue Marble scientific bullshit that you come out with, Blue. Yes, completely. He said, you came with nothing other than the same tired rhetoric and religious dogma. Level, horizontal, and horizontals being parallel, provably. The Blue Marble science is religious dogma. Logic, religious dogma. Blue Marble science.
So logic now is religion.
Yep.
Strange.
Yep. He says, I challenge you to find a flaw, logical or otherwise, in the reciprocal zenith angle measurements. Unless you can, that data stands. Level is not horizontal. Blue Marble science.
But you proved that these measurements were wrong. That you cannot measure from that distance anything. You said it multiple times.
Yeah.
And you showed it on your film, on this film, which they are using to prove this dropping level or whatever. The very film shows that you cannot measure from that distance. And he is using these impossible measurements as his proof. He's talking about these measurements, which cannot be made.
Yeah. And so I say, I accept your challenge. He challenged me to find the logical inconsistency within his argument, his reciprocal zenith angles. I'll start off with an easy one, right? It's not a fucking surveying method. No fucker does it. It serves no purpose. It has no reason for being done. It's just something to fucking the whimsical fancies of fucking old dudes. Triggered Blue Marble scientists. That's for starters, but I will go over it a bit better than that. But that's me. I will accept the challenge. And Blue Marble says that would be a stupid thing to do. You'll lose, and you know it. Let me go back, right? And at the bottom here it says, you came with nothing other than the same tired rhetoric and religious dogma. I challenge you to find a flaw, logical or otherwise, in the reciprocal zenith angle measurements. Now, I don't know whether it's specifically for me or whether anybody can go out and find a flaw in Blue Marble's reciprocal zenith angle measurements. Like I said, it's not a proper surveying practice and it's never done. I don't know whether that's a flaw in it, but everybody else can try. There's loads of them. There's some absolute fucking beauties in that reciprocal zenith angles. Stolen concept. There's probably about 8 stolen concepts within that. Challenge you to find a stolen concept within the thing. So, Blue Marble then replies with, a better idea for you would be to think of a way to clean up your begging the question logical fallacy. You can't show level being horizontal by assuming level is horizontal, and that's what you did. Horizontal isn't equal elevation. Equal elevation is the definition of level, but you just decreed it to be equal to horizontal. I know he's struggling, right? You can understand. Blue Marble's been handed like one of the biggest paralogisms, a big, massive fucking stolen concept that everybody's been pointing at and saying, watch out, that's a stolen concept. Do you want to come and have a word with us about it? And we'll just go over that before you make yourself look like a tit. And that's been handed round for like 2 years. Nobody's actually come and talked to us about it. And now Blue Marble's got it and he's struggling like this. Losing his mind. Losing his marbles.
He made pyramidal fallacy here because he assumed that you made begging the question, and if you would, that would be not begging the question, but circular reasoning, but you didn't do circular reasoning even. So he confused fallacies. Maybe he cannot recognize between two. But still, in your syllogism was no circular reasoning and no begging the question.
Yeah, that's why I attempted to make the simplest argument I possibly could. Just because of I knew this. I mean, these guys have let us develop the advanced simplicity method to break things down to as simple as possible. And I really don't think we can break these arguments down any simpler.
It is very simple because I would say that this syllogism is kind of tautological. It's very close to tautology, but still tautology is not begging the question and is not fallacy.
I would literally say, yeah, it is a tautology because they all mean the same thing. So it doesn't really matter which way round you put it. It would be exactly the same. You'd have the same outcome.
Yes, but still, syllogism it was produced correctly, without any flaw, and without any errors, and without begging the question. It's just perfect, correct syllogism. Like this example, Aristotle example with all men are mortals, etc.
Yeah.
Because this is also like tautological syllogism, but this is example how to produce correct syllogism. So your syllogism is similar to that.
Yeah, that's what you're after, isn't it? That is.
Yes.
That's perfection. That's within the logical form. If you can root out all fallacies and simplify it down to its simplest components, then that's what you're after.
Yes, but still, you can make some mistakes while producing
Yeah,
simple syllogism, but you didn't. Anything. No circular reasoning and no begging the question.
Yeah, we've been at this quite a while in order to simplify these arguments down and to be able to do this. Now seems a bit, it seems quite easy. But when we first started this, learning logic seemed, I mean, I can remember the conversations that we used to have. I mean, even when you go back to when we were doing the Trivium and the conversations that we had about truth and whether you could predicate upon something that isn't true, whether you could lie within predication, which, you know, like all of these discussions, whether you can or whether you can't, or, you know, all of that sort of stuff is that those conversations have led us to here to do this. I think it's fantastic being able to simplify an argument that hopefully, I'm hoping, it should be available to everybody. All of these arguments. You don't have to be a genius to pick up one of these arguments and try having a conversation with somebody about it. Okay, right. So that's Blue Marble. Blue Marble is still questioning the fact that the arguments that we came up with are real.
And while questioning, he is making new fallacies, logical fallacies.
Obviously, when your entire being is built upon a inconsistency or a contradiction, then anything that is logical is going to look out of place. It's going to look wrong. That's what I think is happening within these Blue Marble scientists.
Yes, that would be the result. Unfortunately.
Right, let me get these. Oh, wait a minute. Right, this is good. Right. Now, Logos gave me a gift this morning. I don't... switch the screen on. I don't often... check this guy's stuff. But, like I say, Logos gave me... Don't get scared, everybody. Swapping the screen over.
McToon is criticizing Professor Dave.
Right, yeah. But this is even better than you could ever imagine. Right now, McToon, the title of it is even Professor Dave got it wrong, though. Right now, it is. This is McToon, and he's going to go over a like a geometric thing. It's right up our street. It's going to be great. Here we go. So check this out.
Let's just get this straight right at the beginning. Flat earthers do not want to actually test their claims. Cult leaders and cult members never like having their their claims tested.
Did you hear that? Yep. Cult leaders never like having their claims tested.
That means McToon has confirmed in front of everybody that this group here in this Discord is not a cult.
Cannot be a cult because we do the test.
Because you tested that.
Yeah.
Yes. So
if anybody has actually tested these things and these tools, it's us. But he's saying this group of flat earthers don't. I don't know whether it's a little bit of projection, probably definitely not projection, right? He wouldn't be talking about himself.
Right? So there is bottom-up obstruction when things get farther away. No doubt about it. You cannot deny it. But what causes it? That's the question. Is it the curving surface of the Earth? Or is it some other thing that flat earthers have proposed? Typically, they just propose something that's a vague collection of words. They'll say things like refraction, diffraction, angle of attack. Give me in the chat here.
I'll say optics. It's just
Yes,
optics. Just simply
it's
that.
completely
optics.
wrong. But this
Yeah.
is completely wrong. This is not perspective. He didn't say perspective, but this is not flat earthers.
Well, that's what he's doing. No, I mean,
Glaubers.
Yeah.
Glaubers gave this refraction, diffraction, and whatever as a false argument for flat earthers.
Yeah, you'll notice that he does that a lot, right? But all he's doing is saying, as you look at stuff in the distance, it disappears. Right now, he's saying flat earthers say whatever, right? Well, anybody can say whatever they want.
Yes, right. But these terms are from globe side.
Yeah.
Given to flat earthers.
Yeah, he's the one that gives them. He's handing out these paralogisms out now. He's telling everybody what flat earthers say. But flat earthers don't really say that.
Yes, not many.
You just have a conversation with people and ask them yourself. You don't go to McToon to listen to the bullshit. But I mean, hey, he's taking a starring role here. McToon is becoming the like a general high priest.
Participate with the ones you've heard. Perspective. I've actually heard a flat earther claim that perspective causes light to bend. Perspective is what we sometimes call it.
This
then
is just lie.
They say it's a
he's just making up shit. He once heard a flat earther. Now you have to particularly go over, because this is a 2-hour video. I don't know how many days it's going to take us to go over this
someday, but this is blatant lie.
Yeah, they do a survey, right? They do a survey at the end to see how many of the globe earthers have pretended to be flat earthers, right? In their panel. Now there's 430 odd people watching on viewing, and 13% of them said yes, they have pretended to be flat earthers. So when McToon says a flat earther said this stupid comment, there's every chance it was a globe earther pretending to be a flat earther, right? So just take that everything that he says with a pinch of salt, because the globe earthers pretend to be flat earthers to troll.
I think they pretend to be flat earther only to look flat earthers stupid.
Yeah, that's so. Anytime he says it, he's heard somebody say that, but it's probably a globe earther. That's how the Flat Earth Society works, especially like this lying shit back here. This guy.
Occlusion by moisture in the air. Sometimes they say vapor. Sometimes they actually say droplets. Sometimes they say it's just too far to see. Sometimes they say the light got tired.
Who says this?
Right? Inverse square law, the light got tired for some reason. None of it makes sense. None of any of those things actually make sense, because, and this is super important for you flat earthers, this doesn't make sense, because if any of those reasons were why you didn't see the distant objects bottom up,
you'll have to excuse him, right? When he's talking to flat earthers, he's not talking to any of you guys. He's just, this is part of the script he's on, and he does this a lot. He's sort of like he's obsessed with flat earthers, if you want to take it that way.
This smirk on his face. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know why he's so obsessed with flat earthers. It's a strange idea.
Would still see the gap between the surface of the water, because these are usually over water, the surface of the water and the part of the object that you can see. There'd be a gap there.
What?
It just be blurry in most of the proposed explanations. You just have a blurry part. Right? They're like, well, the angle is too tight. Well, hold on a second. It's almost perpendicular.
Almost
right? And down here, it's almost perpendicular, but
almost
just a tiny bit less perpendicular. This is the object that's being obstructed, right? And up here,
it's perpendicular, almost perpendicular.
I would say, I think he should say parallel, but he's just blabbling. Complete gibberish.
Well, I think he's telling you he's got a bit of a problem with these, with the word perpendicular, or he knows perpendicular means at right angles to. So that's why he says almost. It's almost like he's leading into something, right?
Yes, but still, in perspective, when, let's say, incoming rays are coming to the eye from very distant object, it is assumed that they are close to be parallel, not perpendicular. So
I think he's talking about the building.
Oh,
yeah, he's talking about the building. His hand is a building, and he's
okay.
talking about it hitting that almost perpendicular.
I am following now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Here, it's also just a little bit less perpendicular, but for some reason, the part up here isn't obstructed, just the part down there. None of these things work, flat earthers. None of your proposals work. So here's what I want flat earthers to provide.
Look.
You won't. No flat earther will do this. Guaranteed. In science, you make a hypothesis.
Listen.
And then you compute the consequences of that hypothesis. Your hypothesis is refraction, diffraction, angle of attack, perspective, curvilinear perspective, foreshortening, limited field of view, all sorts of things that you say that it is. Whatever that is. How do we compute the consequences of that claim? How? How is that done? You want to do science, you have a hypothesis. So far, it's one of the worst hypotheses ever. It's just this vague collection of words with no plausible mechanism for what causes it. Nothing. It's a failure out of the gates. You need to go to the next step. You need to compute the consequences of your claim. So you need to provide the formula for flat Earth that predicts the bottom-up obstruction.
You getting that? That's that's all McToon requires is the computation factor of your consequences, and then you can come up with the formula for flat Earth.
And he is trying to create a false problem because it is not that how to prove that things are going down and they are disappearing over horizon bottom up.
He's took that right. What they're doing, part of this narrative is that he's looking at the horizon and saying that's flat Earth there, right? The flat Earth need to be able to explain whatever shit goes on at the horizon in that fucking weird place over there. And I know I can call it that. That's my particular fucking name for it. It's that bit that fucking anything can happen over there. I've seen all sorts of weird shit happen. My lad's got a P1000, so yeah, we can look at it. And you don't know what's going to happen. It's crazy. But he's saying he's dumping everything into that optical thing over there. All of his eggs are going in one basket. McToon with the horizon. And this is literally how he builds his argument. He's framing it. It's sort of a bit like sophistry, but
yes. I will explain why. Because optics works as a part of science, is operating strictly on and with geometry. Anything you will learn about optics, you will learn through geometry, because every explanation what is happening with the light passing through lens or bouncing from mirrors, it is just pure geometry. And what he is saying, he's talking about factors which make this geometrical calculations difficult to make.
No,
because
he's doing a bait and
refractions.
switch. You watch. They'd like this. I'm telling you. This is pure sophistry. Bait and switch.
I already noticed, yes.
Flip-flop.
Upside down, completely upside down.
Yeah. So you think he's talking about optics, right? And then comes the bollocking. So first off, what he does is he lays it up and he gives flat earthers an impossible challenge for something that nobody could possibly do. You can't computate consequences. Doesn't really work. You can reason a syllogism. I mean, that's quite easy to do. Lay out an argument and follow it to conclusion. That's definitely doable. A formula for flat earth? Don't be so fucking ridiculous. That's just stupid. Yeah, he's asking for it. I have to point out again, we're not flat earthers. But this guy is fucking obsessed with him, I'm telling you.
Whatever are the particular things that you say causes it? Is it the weather? Is it
causes what?
Water droplets in the air? Is it diffraction, refractioning? Whatever copy paste nonsense Gary Wybenga is going to be in here with in a little.
Stop for a second.
How do we compute?
Remember that he is talking about optics and perspective.
Yeah.
And
compression.
These things, yes. These things he is mentioning have nothing to do with pure perspective and optics and geometry. Nothing to do. But he is associating this. So if you will do that, what I say you should do, you will do perspective or optics. No. So he's just leading audience into like false problem, completely out of geometry. But he's saying that he's talking about optics.
Well, what we've done as well, I don't know if everybody is aware of this or not, but we actually get the auto level and we go out and actually test this to see where the drop occurs and where the compression occurs and where all of this, what it looks like, time lapses of people walking away through the scope of an auto level. Yeah, we've actually done this. We have. It's no big deal. Everybody does this, or well, people are inquisitive about it. So what we do is we go out and we put these cameras on auto levels and stream it to the Discord. So people that have been in this Discord have actually seen what occurs through optics when people move away from you in distance. We've done the tests. The Under the Horizon one was the most recent one. Well, it was done a couple of years ago, but it's the most recent one that has been brought into attention by these guys. So yeah, we've tested it, and I think most people have. I don't know what he's talking about. And we're not even flat earthers. So this challenge that's going out to flat earthers, that he's saying only flat earthers, he's not inviting us to do these tests. He doesn't consider normal people within these tests. He only offers tests to flat earthers. Like I say, he's obsessed with them.
Compute the consequences of it so that we can test your claim. See, cult members and cult leaders never want their claims tested.
Again, he said it again. Cult leaders and members never want their claims tested. And remember that.
Yes. So we are not them. Okay. We are not cult.
Well, I'm saying, like, you're not saying that we're anything. Just remember that the people that don't like things being tested likely to be in a cult, according to McToon. This is McToon's words. Just take him at his word.
They will not give the mechanism for us to test their hypothesis because they know as soon as we test their hypothesis, it will be falsified.
Thinking about Slice Barkane and his bending water level test, he never really come and have a discussion with us about it at all.
How to falsify level being horizontal?
Yeah, they've never come up with. Don't worry though, they're definitely not a cult. How could they be in a cult?
I'm happy to have the globe hypothesis tested. I'm gonna show how to do that.
Nice, look. Listen to him.
So
he's going to show how to do it.
How is that done? Well, the first thing, and the title of this, the thumbnail for this is 8 inches per mile squared is almost never what flat earthers want. And then the text of it,
what they want,
calls out Professor Dave. Professor Dave is not the only one. In fact, I saw it today.
Call out Professor Dave for not
Facebook.
Being an actual professor.
I saw it a few minutes ago in a debate I had on somebody else's channel.
Imagine.
Globe Earthers saying 8 inches per mile squared is wrong. And the reason why
8 inches
is they say it's because it's a parabola. And that's not the reason why.
Oh.
8 inches per mile squared is the wrong formula for bottom-up obstruction. It's the right formula for drop from a horizontal tangent at a point. So,
8 inches per mile squared is the right formula. Drop from horizontal.
Yes.
Yeah. Can be tested. You can, we can test the globe.
Yes, so if it is his test for a globe, then please show us this drop.
Yeah, drop from horizontal of the level. He's going to do it. He's going to do it. Look at that stupid face.
What does that mean?
What does it mean? Come on.
I could draw a picture.
Tell us.
Do it right now. Because that would be it'd be some dead air. So, you go to the surface of the Earth. It's a curve.
Wow.
And at that point that you're at, straight up is called zenith, and
there you go.
Orthogonal to that is a horizontal plane. And so if you
hey up, do you think he might have made a mistake there? I don't know whether he had a word with Blue Marble Science and the non-existence of horizontals, but he's just said that there's a horizontal plane. Do you want to hear that again? I'll let it go. He might say it again. Horizontal plane.
Take an autolevel or a theodolite, and you take the theodolite and you turn it to 90 degrees so that it's orthogonal to zenith, or an autolevel, which does that automatically, or a transit level. There's a few other things. And then you look at some distant object. If you know the
tool abuse, that's not what you do with your tools. You don't set them up to horizontal and look at a distant object. He's obviously been fooled by these old blokes that are doing these tests that Blue Marble was talking about. If you do want to know how elevation changes are measured, come and have a chat with us. He's looking at things in the distance through his auto level. He might be like Rumpus, spotting the moon through your auto level. Horizontal moons.
elevation that you are above sea level, above a lake, say, that distant object will drop if it's at the same elevation above it. So if you...
Yeah, that. The distant object will drop if it's at the same elevation. McToon. Got to take him at his word. So the distant object will drop if it's at the same elevation.
You're at 5 feet above the lake, and that distant object is 5 feet above the lake. It will drop approximately 8 inches per mile squared. That's the correct usage for the formula. It's an approximation, but it's close enough for any observation that we're basically ever going to see.
Okay.
He's wrong. If he's talking about object above surface of the, let's say, the lake.
Yeah.
So he's talking about perspective, and perspective doesn't work. That drop, visual drop, is not calculated by this 8 inches per mile square. Absolutely not. So this is just nonsense, what he's saying.
Yeah,
Complete
8 inches per mile squared isn't the optics.
No, it is for curvature of the Earth. Supposedly.
Exactly. That's what he's just said, right? So the distant objects being dropping aren't actually dropping due to optics. McToon. It's a little bit confusing of, on
the globe. It does not account for refraction. So if the refractive conditions are strong, then you're going to need to use something else to account for that. You could adjust the 8. That would be one way, or you could come back later and apply some adjustment for refraction. I don't know. I've not looked into the way to do it.
Yeah. He's not looked into the way to do it. Basically, he's just talking shit.
Yeah.
Right
so
now, he's not got a clue what he's talking about.
He said you will do that way, but of course we have refraction, so you will not do that way because you have to account for something else and another something else.
And you can come back later and adjust for refraction.
Yes.
However you do that, what you
gibberish,
do.
Complete gibberish.
Do a bit of a dance or something. I don't know how you adjust for later, but I mean, it gets better. Listen.
I do know how, I should say. 8 inches per mile squared. The 8 came from somewhere. If you look at the derivation of 8, it comes from the radius of the Earth. The radius of the
8 inches per mile squared comes from the radius of the Earth. That 8. So, according to him, if you look into it, it comes from the radius of the Earth. Says McToon.
We have a problem here, ladies and gentlemen.
Circular reasoning.
Uh-huh.
Begging the question, yes.
Yeah.
Begging the question, rather. Yes.
So here we go, yeah. And he's going to carry on now because he's the controller of this.
Is in there. One way to approximate the effects of refraction is instead of using the measured radius of the Earth, you adjust it. You multiply it by a modification factor. And so you'll get a different number than 8 inches per mile squared. You'll get probably I think you'll get a lower number. Yeah, you'll get a lower number if you increase refraction. So you might get 7, you might get 6, depending on the quantity of the refraction. So if you don't know the amount of...
Right, remember, 8 inches per mile squared is not optics, right? It is...
it is geometric.
The drop from horizontal. Yeah?
Yes, geometrical drop.
Yeah.
Yes.
And he's now saying, change it. You might get 7, you might get 6. Who knows? Look, you can just change the radius. If it comes from the radius, you can just change the radius to a factor number and you'll end up with the 6 or 7.
Yes, because of bad weather.
Yeah, because of the drop of the land. Changes. It does.
Must have been talking to Bob.
Yeah,
because he has a reciprocal radius.
He just You just adjust it.
Refraction is going to be really difficult.
See, refraction.
Right.
But it's nothing to do with refraction.
That's
Is
the
it?
wrong.
It's wrong.
Right. The right formula for drop. It's the wrong formula for bottom-up obstruction. You can use it for bottom-up obstruction, but it's a two-step process. Step one, you need to get your distance to the horizon, accounting for refraction. Step two, then you can apply 8 inches per mile squared, because that's the point that's going to be tangent on your line of sight between the object and you.
Did you get that? He's a mathematical genius. I'll just run you back over that. It's just so you know what we're talking about.
He's making shit up because all this, let's say, Rumpus explanation for refraction doesn't work anymore. So I think that Globeside is just making new gibberish explanation. Just making this shit up here on the fly.
Yeah, he's asking flat earthers to do something, right? He should have had a debate going, and I think he's just decided to go over this 8 inches per mile squared. But because it's a load of bullshit, it leads McToon into this state of paralogism where he hasn't got a clue, but he imagines he's the savior of the globe or whatever. But he's the head blue marble scientist of this. But so, like, literally try and work out what he's saying here.
So if you don't know the amount of refraction, it's going to be really difficult, right? So that's the wrong.
It's wrong.
Right? The right formula for drop. It's the wrong formula for bottom-up obstruction. You can use it for bottom-up obstruction, but it's a two-step process. Step one, you need to get your distance to the horizon.
Step one, you need to get your distance to the horizon. Look at his fucking face. If that's not a hypnotist face, you need to get your distance to the horizon. Impossible. It's an apparent position. You cannot measure your distance to the horizon. It's impossible. Don't listen to this man and think that this step one has anything to do with anything at all. It's an impossible step one.
Accounting for refraction. Step two, then you can apply 8 inches per mile squared, because that's the point that's going to be tangent on your line of sight between the object and you.
Tangent to the horizon. The horizon is horizontal. There's no such thing as a tangent to a horizontal. Whoever has let anybody say that is stupid.
Yes, but he's still confusing refraction, so weather conditions, with geometrical drop. So he wants flat earthers to measure tangent.
What's a tangent? What's a tangent?
Tangent to geometrical horizon.
It's to a circle.
Yes.
Right. So where's the circle? It's talking about the horizon.
Don't worry. It is assumed. This is begging the question. So he is talking to flat earthers to measure a tangent point. This tangent point where this horizontal line or whatever is meeting the globe or surface of the supposedly spherical Earth, to calculate that, to know that distance. This is his distance to horizon. And he is talking about now geometry, but not in optics, but normal, let's say, geometry, physical geometry, like objects, 3D objects. So he's confusing again optics with geometrical properties of, let's say, physical bodies. Complete mess.
Yep. And it should have been said, and it has been said quite a fair few times. there's no tangent. You can't place a tangent to a horizontal. It's just not possible. Whoever has allowed people to have that conversation and say that thing is obviously assuming that the horizon that all horizontals are fixed upon, parallel to, then that somehow can have a tangent to it. You can't. It's impossible. There's no such thing.
Yes, and if they say that there is this 7/6 refraction, this terrestrial refraction, it means that if you have a straight line of sight to the distant object, then this line of sight is curved. So you have to assume curvature because they invoke refraction. So, but still we can see in straight lines, it means that this refraction causes this globe horizon to be straight, normal horizon. So they are leading themselves into a false dilemma here, but it is unresolvable problem. You cannot use geometry to explain refraction and vice versa. It is impossible.
Yeah, you can't use words that aren't true. You can't use geometric terms when you're talking about a horizon with a tangent.
Yes, of course.
Yeah. Here we go.
So you need to know your distance to the horizon.
But you can't.
Without refraction, there's a formula for it. But since there's over water, there's always refraction. And it's typically rather high over water. So, all right. Let's see. So drop alone doesn't give you very much. Yeah, real sickness. So I will show you how to apply drop. How to apply drop. Now, flat earthers that are watching along, I am challenging you. I want you to get your see too far observation. I already have one that was sent to me on Discord. I'll pull that up. So I want your see too far, and I'm going to put on the screen here.
Again, this is another stupid trick he's playing with people. You know that thing over there that you can see? Is it too far away to see?
He is assuming globe, so it is too far on globe model.
No, don't do that. You're assuming that's what he's saying. He's literally not. He's saying he wants people to send in pictures of things that are too far away to see. Which is ridiculous. Like, he literally wants the people he's obsessed with to send in pictures that they can't see or that they shouldn't see, but they can see because it's a picture of it. See that thing over there you can see? Well, that's too far away to see. It's one of the stupidest things you've ever seen or ever heard. An argument where things are too far away to see. But you can see them.
I mean, yes, this is bad phrasing, but in fact, on globe side, they should say that this object, which we can see, should be obstructed by geometry, by solid object.
No, they just make an excuse up.
Yes, but still, they should say that water should cause obstruction, physical obstruction.
Yeah, but what the people should say is, we can see it. That should literally be the thing, right?
Yes,
nobody should be saying that you can't see it. It's too far away to see.
Yes, this is false excuse because they should say you cannot see on in our model because we have water obstruction. And he's not saying that. It doesn't mean that this is too far. It should mean that there is physical obstruction.
No, that'd be them being honest. They always flip it round.
Yes. So they are saying shit because it has nothing to do with distance.
Yeah,
really.
If anybody sends him a picture, he's just going to say, well, we can see it. And then he'll say, well, it's refraction. Or what, he'll come up with any excuse. You listen to what he says, he's got refraction. He's good at this.
Yeah, you don't understand refraction.
How it's done. So all right. To see
That's what they would say.
All right. I'm gonna put on screen what you need. There it is. Okay. I lost track. Right up there. Look. This is what, if flat earthers, if you think we see too far and you have an observation, here's your list. This is what you need. You need the location of the observer. You need the elevation of the observer. You need the location of the object, the elevation of the object, and the measure.
If you want to send McToon of a picture that's too far away for you to be able to see, this is the stuff that he requires you also to send him. I don't know why. Because he's obsessed with flat earthers. Yet he wants them to do all of this stupid shit. For him.
Vertical temperature gradient. Now, rarely is that done. I have seen a few times where it's been done. And if you don't have that, that's fine. We have to get an estimation. So then we want the local weather conditions. The time of day, whether or not it's overcast or sunny during the day. So, Timbo Turtle.
He's a defender of the globe, and he's doing this defense by asking people for pictures of stuff that's too far away for them to see, and then asking them to give him a location, the elevation, the location, the elevation of the object, the measured vertical temperature gradient. Lacking this, bring the local weather conditions, the time of day. And if you don't, then he'll just dismiss it anyway. It doesn't really matter.
Yes, and by the way, he is reversing burden of proof, because back in the day, like in 2016 or 17, I cannot remember, this was argument against Globers. Because they couldn't prove this refraction stuff, so flat earthers wanted from Globers to make this refraction measurements. So this vertical temperature gradient, which is completely impossible to obtain. This is impossible part of this, let's say, experiment or observation.
Yep.
So he's reversing now this, what was argument against Globers. Now he is reversing on flat earthers, that flat earthers now should prove that they are wrong, that Globers are wrong or not wrong. Completely, this is reversal.
Yeah, it's a subversal, right? The shit that he couldn't have, he's flipped around and reversed it and handed the other people. He's asked the other people to give them the information that they should have been given a bit ago.
Yes, for example, when Rumpus was on Nathan Oakley, and he was trying to prove his refraction model or whatever. So these things which McToon just wrote here, these were flat earthers' objections. So these flat earthers' objections, now McToon is reversing on flat earthers. Because I remember this discussion between, let's say, Nathan Oakley, and not only him, but on Ranty also, but with Rumpus mainly. about that, this refraction, when Mike West brought that first time. So it was objection against refraction from flat Earth side, and now he is reverting. So now this is globe argument against flat earthers.
Yeah.
Which originally was an argument against globers. So funny times.
Yep. McToon's managed to flip it around.
So, all right, we got why Kikamuka says, did Mallory eat too many burger sandwiches? Oh no, I don't know if that'd make her sick. I think she had. That's been going around. I think that's what it was. It took her down for quite a while. Timbo Turtle says, 0.2032 meters per 12874.8 meters squared. Non-freedom units. Okay. I think he just converted it. So Matt Patak says, zoom back in, eye level, and Bev doesn't shut up. Nope, he doesn't. All right, now Eddie Reese. Eddie Reese just posted
whoever he is,
the wrong formula.
Could be a her.
Eddie Reese gave H equals R minus R cosine of S over 2R. That's the non-approximation formula for drop. It doesn't. It's also the wrong formula. Now, I've had a conversation with FTFE on this. He has said parabola in the past. It was wrong. He has said
Wait.
Go on.
Wait.
Yeah.
Did he say drop?
Yeah. Yeah, all this
From
is
what?
about drop. Yeah, from horizontal.
These guys think they're slick, don't they?
Mhm. Yeah, McToon is.
Carry on.
This is absolutely brilliant. He's taken a bit to warm up into it, but he's saying right now, he's in the bit now. Fight the flat Earth, has said parabola. That's wrong. Right?
He has given that formula, Eddie Reese, in the past. It's wrong because flat earthers aren't interested in drop. Usually.
Why are the flat earthers interested in the numbers? I mean, I'm personally not a flat earther, but I've never touched the Earth curve calculator. I think these numbers are ridiculous. I can't even understand. I mean, we'll go over it in a bit. But have a think about it while you're doing this. What exactly does 8 inches per mile squared mean?
It means this is invention of Samuel Robotham. He invented that numbers. And they are taken from, he wrote that in his parallax. Maybe I am mistaken for the number, but he took that from proportion 45. I cannot remember from which book, from Euclid. And this is calculation for some kind of curve, not circle, not parable, not exactly parable, some kind of curve, irregular curve. And this is approximation because in fact it would be like 7.98 or 99 inches per mile squared, but he equalized it to 8 because it doesn't matter at let's say 200 miles or even to 1,000 miles, it doesn't matter. So this is not very big discrepancy. But this is from Euclid, some proportion, 45, I think. I cannot remember from which book. Sorry, I should go to this parallax again and read again. It is in his parallax. He is explaining what he is doing. This is his invention to calculate this drop from horizontal. Yes.
Right. Well, we were going over that, right? Bear with us. 8 inches. would that be a vertical distance? The drop,
yes.
right?
Yes, but
so that is a
yes.
vertical. Then the mile, would that be like a a linear distance away from the place that you are?
Yes, but this is
Okay.
a curve. This is
Well,
curve.
no, yeah, but 1 mile squared, so a square mile. So a distance a mile away, but you're talking about a square mile away. This 8 inches. I'm thinking about in practical terms, right? So people can understand exactly what is meant when we say 8 inches per mile squared. Now, the mile is a linear distance. And everybody, I'm pretty sure, imagines that 1 mile has a drop at 8 inches after the 1 mile. Yeah?
Yes, because it is a curve.
So
you have to assume that this is curve.
What, the linear distance?
Yes, because otherwise there would be no drop.
We're not asking for a yeah. We're saying that the horizontal plane is made that's a mile long, and then after a mile there is 8 inches drop, vertical change from that horizontal plane, right? But
yes, and
it's per mile squared. So that mile, is it that 1 mile, or is it the square, like the diagonal of that 1 mile that the 8 inches is applied to? Because the 1 mile square is a 1 mile square, and the 8 inches is 8 inches. But because it's dropped from horizontal, is it dropped from horizontal from one corner to the other across the mile, or is it one across from corner to corner, the diagonal, the drop across the plane from the horizontal?
No, this is only vertical. So this squared, it is just calculation. So for a curve. So no, it is not assumed to be a square like we understand what square is. That
but the drop is 8 inches after a mile.
Yes, after mile squared.
I think that's what we can get with McToon when he's saying that the physical drop is the physical drop measured at 8 inches away from the start of the horizontal.
Yes, this tangent point. So this tangent point is our starting or robot.
I mean,
starting
there's
point.
no need to say tangent point because it's just the start of the horizontal. You can't say that you set up an auto level and there's a tangent point, because that would be ridiculous. Nobody's going to relate to that. And if you were to say that, then you'd be sort of giving people a paralogism that it may be possible for you to have a tangent at that point. You can't. We're talking about reality. So it's just all people have got to imagine is either 1 mile straight or a square mile, 1 mile squared. Otherwise, it would make no sense, right? For them to square it.
Still, Globers took that wrong, what Robotham said. So he was trying to educate Globers on their model, but they didn't get even his calculation, whatever it is. But of course, if you set up, for example, auto level or whatever, it means that you are above this tangent point. So you have to calculate two sides. So your tangent point, this tangent point of globe model, is not at your position, because if you are like 5 feet above surface, you have to subtract that from your distance to that geometrical horizon, That was original Robotam's calculations. So if he is talking about this drop from your from your position, you have this is drop over horizon, behind horizon, and horizon is not
I
at your
don't want to
feet.
confuse people. Let's just go with what McToons is saying, right? That it's a drop of 8 inches in a mile. So you construct a horizontal from any point, and then in the distance there's a drop. That is McToons that's saying it. It's not Robotham. It literally,
Yes,
we're
yes.
watching a video with this McToons that's saying it.
Yes, but this is shit because he doesn't understand what Robotam invented, let's say.
Well, it doesn't matter.
Yes,
He's
of course,
the
of
one
course.
that's pushing this paralogism. He's the
Yes,
one
yes,
that's
of
telling
course.
everybody. Yeah.
But still, he's saying that Professor Dave got it wrong, but McToon still got it wrong. This calculation. So he's misrepresenting Robotam now.
Well, I mean, there's numbers of drop that has to occur, right? It's impossible. It's completely impossible. The structure of the quadratic formula in reality is just so impossible. It's unbelievable that people are going with it. But McToons, after a long time of people saying that the water level drops from horizontal and then disappearing, because they obviously can't justify it. After 2 years, we've finally got McToon saying it. So it's not Robotham. Loads of people have said it. But they've never been able to make a video and put it out publicly like this. Robotham never did that. McToons is, though. And McToons is telling all of the Globers about what they must do. He's a genius. He's a leader.
Force the line. I didn't look enough into it, but somebody said that force the line. They did look into it. But here I'm going to show you. Jesse,
I'll put that back again.
it was wrong. He has said that he has given that formula, Eddie Reese, in the past. It's wrong because flat earthers aren't interested in drop. Usually. Force the line. I didn't look enough into it, but somebody said that force the line. They did look into it.
They looked into drop and force the line. I'm not so sure about that. I'm pretty sure that was a straight line. So where did they look into the drop? The drop of the straight line? Like I've just said, 8 inches from horizontal. There's no curve. It's 8 inches after a mile. That's measured. 8 inches. You're forming a triangle. Everybody knows that. Pythagorean.
Yeah, generally, yes.
Yeah.
Into it. But here I'm going to show you.
Actually, the sum of the horizontal side squared plus the vertical side squared will give you the square of the hypotenuse that you'll be forming. It's a familiar thing.
Jesse Kozlowski has his
Jesse Kozlowski, here we go.
Lake.
Here we go.
His
He has
perfectly
his lake.
level lake observation. I'm going to jump right on down here to the results. If you've been around,
look. I paused it there. That's handy, isn't it? That looks that's how you take a measurement, isn't it? Jesse Kozlowski, ladies and gentlemen. Jesse Kozlowski.
Bit you've seen me use.
Is that supposed to be crooked?
Yeah, it's only blue marble surveying. Don't worry
all the way
about
down
it.
with the results. And you can find it by just typing Jesse Kozlowski.
Look, here's
level
another
lake.
one. Here's another one on the tilt. This one's not on as big a tilt, so obviously adjusting for things.
Google will probably give you a suggestion on if you just start typing Jesse Kozlowski.
On a tilt.
Right, this is his bigger one. He's very much detail on this one.
This is his tilting verticals.
Tilt.
Remember from last week, this is the one that Ryan
tilted
did not
measurements.
like. Okay.
Look at this.
It's not a tilt, it's a reciprocal
right here,
angle. Come
we
on.
have the tabulated results.
Look, here we go. The big Jesse Kozlowski and the stolen concept. I wonder why Jesse Kozlowski isn't around here anymore. Who'd have thunk it? Jesse Kozlowski, look at this. He's even drawn a horizontal plane here on a slant. Slanty horizontals.
Wow.
Jesse Kozlowski. Here's another horizontal. Notice it's not parallel. Look.
No.
This is McToon, right? This is McToon going live on his show and going, you fuckers are coming and helping me. So, Jesse, McToon's sending out the bat signal. Come on in, Jesse. Come back. We need you. McToon, stolen concept this is. Keep an eye on it. He's got cosine and sine, all of these. That's completely Euclidean. Stolen concept wrote all over it.
And if you look at that, 1.38 miles. And the drop, 1.28. Now that is a measure of feet. That is a measure of feet. So decimal feet. It's weird. American surveying is still in decimal feet.
Amazing, isn't it? McToons must only just be finding out about that. Nice. Decimal feet. I wonder why they do that.
He looks impressed.
Yeah. He still thinks it like, yeah, they should go into inches and all of that again. Shouldn't they? It'll make it easier jealous for the proportions.
They got jealous from the Europeans.
Maybe because of the relationship of the hundreds. Who knows?
Maybe.
Facty. I used the pirate formula. R over water. Oh my gosh. So there. You go. Go ahead. Do it yourself right now, people. Take 1.38 and apply it to 8 inches per mile square. Then you got to convert to feet.
What's he saying? Do it now for yourself. Take 1.83 and apply it to 8 inches per mile. Like, it means nothing. Literally. It means absolutely nothing. And if you think you can do whatever he's doing with fucking applying formulas to numbers. He's lost.
And you will find.
Poor fella.
You will get, and you know what? I have not personally tested this particular one. I've tested the other one.
Look, he's not even tested it. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
I have one annotation to what he said, because in this, let's say, Robotam calculation, you are looking at the horizon. You are, and as you have shown in auto level, horizontal or level is above. So in this model, you have to look down to this water line. It would be below horizontal.
What he's got here, it does show that though.
No, he's
citing auto levels from auto levels. They're a big fan of this. It's part of the Blue Marble scientific experimentation group of people. What they do is they get an auto level or a theodolite, and then they get another one over there, and then they look at each other. Right now, as you can see, he's drawn a picture with a sloping horizontal plane that looks up there. And then he's even drawn it drop.
but this is wrong because he cannot, if these auto levels are set up to horizontal plane, they cannot look at each other on their model. They cannot.
Yeah.
So this is not line of sight. They will not see each other. Sorry. Just wrong.
Yeah, but these might not be auto levels. They could be theodolites.
But still, okay, but still, you, through theodolite, you will look down, not on horizontal. You should look down. In their model, you should look slightly down. Both theodolites should be dipped down.
Yeah. You can't draw it, obviously, because that would be ridiculous. Both of them looking down. It's impossible. That sounds like non-Euclidean shit. So
Yeah,
once you come up with, you're obviously problem with it drawing.
This is the double drop hump right here.
Well, no, this is actually what you're looking at here is Page's proof.
Yeah. Yeah. Shout out Page.
Because what you've got here is a horizontal and a vertical. And then the extension of the horizontal meets this vertical. And it's not perpendicular. So you've got this point here where vertical and horizontal meet. And they are not perpendicular. Obviously violates the rule that horizontal and vertical are perpendicular. Just this one angle here, this one here.
That kills it all, yeah?
That's it. That's all you need.
And they are not looking at each other because they cannot, even on this drawing. So this horizontal plane is completely redundant.
It's sloping.
Because yes, but they cannot see each other. So for me, this is sophistry, this drawing, because it is this drawing shows impossibility.
Why do you think Jesse Kozlowski isn't around anymore? Jesse Kozlowski told me the water level drops from the horizontal, like these pictures, and then realised he had to fuck off. And he disappeared, he's gone. Wait, who's Jesse Kozlowski is the cry now. Nobody knows who Jesse Kozlowski is, even though everybody cites Jesse Kozlowski. Now, Jesse Kozlowski's a shadow giant, as we call him. People just use his work, even though it's obvious horse shit. It's false. It's a fallacy. It's got all sorts of ridiculous stuff in it. Impossibilities where verticals and horizontals are not perpendicular. As if you've ever heard of anything so fucking ridiculous. Sloping horizontals. But people have, gone along with this. And that's why I've been saying for quite a while. I mean, I'm not a flat earther. But whoever is has been allowing all of this to occur. Nobody's bothered checking this. And why is nobody bothered checking it?
No, I just sit on the sidelines and listen to the gibberish.
Yeah. They've allowed this to happen, though. Somebody's allowed that to go on, right? I know Jesse Kozlowski isn't around here anymore, right? I don't know whether I should take the blame for that. Whether he would still be around if I wasn't around here. The same goes for that guy that may or may not live in Maine. The not surveyor. And this isn't practice. Nobody ever does this. This is not a method that any surveyor would ever do. For any reason. Any job at any time. Nobody would employ anybody. Well, I'm saying nobody would employ anybody. Jesse Kozlowski's gone to a hell of a lot of trouble to pretend that this is some sort of surveying operation. It's not. And you'll never get a surveyor to come in here and confirm that this is an actual surveying thing. You'll never get Rumpus to open up his surveying books and show us where this is used. Because it's not.
There's another glaring contradiction here. The base of the two triangles, there's supposed to be a drop there, right? Each of those bases, according to their fantasy model.
You can't depict it. Right? Their stuff is imaginometry, obviously.
Yeah, but look at the glaring error here. There's rise on both ends there. I don't see a drop anywhere. Does anybody see a drop anywhere?
No, I only can see that this visual drop of sight is wrong because they cannot see each other. So this depiction is wrong.
Yes, you have a very valid point as well. Yes, because if they're on a slope, if they're on a hump and they're at either bottom end of that hump, how are you going to line up your theodolites? That's a very good point, Paper.
He's got here. It says drop. It says drop there, right? And it shows the drop is the distance between the horizontal and the horizontal.
The curved horizontal and the straight horizontal.
No, just two horizontals. I mean, like if you were to extend this, then you would find the equipotential angle of adjustment.
Oh, he has another one. I can't see it on my phone. Yeah.
They will meet like in the middle.
An intersection of horizontal planes.
Wow.
Where you can have the angle of the equipotential angle of adjustment, the meeting of two horizontal planes and the angle between the two. Impossible, but only possible in the minds of a blue marble scientist.
I have to, of course, point out that he prefaced his presentation something about measuring or testing, rather. But now he's just admitted plainly that he's not tested this. He's just taking it at face value. So it sounds very cultish to me, and according to his own definition of what a cult is.
Yes, he is cultist. Yes. But he's projecting on someone else. So.
What's the red lettering there? I can't see it good. What's that line there? What does he call that line?
The visual line of sight.
Wow, Maktoon.
I mean, it is horizontal, but what he's done to confuse you and just a little bit of wizardry is he slopes the horizontals.
Yeah.
It's magic, that, isn't it? Jesse Kozlowski. He can do wondrous things.
But this is another problem because this visual line of sight does not create 90-degree with this local vertical, as we can see.
That's my whole point. He's got the horizontal plane shooting off into the air. You know how many times I've seen stupidities like this? This is unbelievable.
Yes, so this is just killing blow, let's say, because
come on, he's wrote horizontal plane, he's drawn a horizontal plane. This is old school. Don't be having a go at him just because he's wrote horizontal plane and it was done a few years ago. Since then, the horizontal plane has disappeared. They can't have it. They know now that they can't have it. So it's just a mistake that he puts horizontal plane on there. Blue Marble told him the other day, didn't he?
They've been doing this for a long time. They're just renaming them. That's all.
Yeah, but it's like I say, Jesse Kozlowski drew a horizontal plane when he should have known that Blue Marble says, no, you can't have that, right? Because you point out that Page's proof here where the horizontal meets the vertical and they are not perpendicular. And that's the reason you can't have this horizontal plane.
And the vertical isn't even vertical.
But still,
we don't want to get into that, right?
But still, this horizontal plane is perpendicular to this local, let's say, local vertical.
Yeah.
So this is the only way how can you depict this plane.
You can't have it though, right? Because it explains here.
Yes, of course. But on one side, let's say that we cannot see the right side of the drawing. So on one side of the drawing, this vertical creates perpendicular to this horizontal plane, but therefore you cannot see, let's say, another thing on the same elevation, because you are pointing into the air.
But yeah, it's not horizontal.
Exactly.
Obviously.
That's where they put the drop paper. They've been doing this for years. They put the drop right up there where that line is. But another thing, check out the vertical plumb lines.
Hilton.
Yeah.
Yes, this is dilemma. Or
this is unbelievable, Tuni. Unbelievable fantasy. Wow.
This is Jesse Kozlowski.
Well, Tuni is showing this, no supporting it. So.
This is Jesse Kozlowski's Perfectly Flat Lake. I think that's what it was called.
This is not even in a movie would you see such a thing. I swear. This is unbelievable.
Now, this is why Jesse Kozlowski isn't around here anymore. I mean, how could you come back and justify a sloping horizontal? He got away with it before because there was in the arena. There was obviously nobody who knew anything about surveying. I mean, why would anybody with any knowledge of surveying end up in this Discord arena on Twitter? Why would anybody with any sort of surveying background possibly be around here?
If you're a construction worker, take a snapshot of this and show it to your boss tomorrow and see what he says.
So yeah, tell them this is what people are on the internet pretending to be surveyors, saying that this is what you do.
Yeah, show the boys at lunch while you're having, lunch.
You could just ask them and say, when did you last use this method? And what do you imagine that he was doing? What do you imagine this surveyor was doing while he was doing this job? Have a look.
But I will state very confidently that if you use 8 inches per mile squared on this particular thing here, you will get 1.28 feet. Here's the other one, the one that I have personally tested. I'd scroll fast, smarter this time. So here it is. Same thing, the tabulation, 0.48.
Same thing. Oh. Sorry.
8 miles. You see that?
Testing them to see how many
and the drop from horizontal plane, 0.15 feet. So that's less than 8 inches because it's less than a half a mile. There you go.
Did he say 0.15 feet? Jesse Kozlowski, in half a mile, supposedly measured a drop of level across a lake.
But what means he measured? Because it wasn't on measuring rod, of course. So he should provide some other measurements, or laser or whatever, I don't know. But not on measuring rod, of course, because it is impossible.
Mm-hmm.
But he didn't provide anything, I think.
Well, yeah, it's a shame Jesse Kozlowski isn't around here to explain it, and I don't think he'll be coming back to ever explain it. But again, I have to point out again, he has got a vertical and a horizontal that are meeting, and they are not perpendicular. which is, I guess, blue marble science sort of stuff. If you
La La Land.
extended that one, you'd have another one over here as well. You make like nice geometric patterns, a bit like a Dornagon.
American units are weird. You're right. They're definitely weird. All right, so Timbo Turtle, what do you got there? So there's actually like in all math. Where is it? There it is. Nope, not yet. It's on my website. If you go to my website, you search for curve. You will find I actually have.
What does level mean?
Right there. The formula. So there's the actual formula. Right. So Timbo Turtle put in a formula that might be the other one. Now I give you a link here to Walter Bislin's page, which includes the actual derivation of it. So good on him for the derivation, and the screenshot that I put in there is actually his. This is just you see this right here? Formula 6. Right? That's just a screenshot of his. So Walter Bislin, thank you very much. It's your screenshot. Here's the other one.
Very much.
Yeah. So that is Walter Bislin, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah. He gave us the 90-foot hump and the Rakia Bridge. So shout out to you, sir.
Yeah. It does all of the numbers for him. And we had Dave Weiss in a bit earlier, our chat. We're pointing out that this curve calculator, I mean, calculating a curve sounds a little bit weird, but does anybody know what it is? The actual calculating what you're calculating the curve of?
The assumed radius? The assumed circumference, I imagine?
Yeah, but what is that?
A fantasy.
Well,
39,
it's level.
59.
It's level. You are calculating the curvature of level.
To them, it's level. Yes.
So when you think of Earth curve calculator, think about calculating the curvature of level.
Yes,
that's what it is.
That's why Blue is talking about level. This is not the same what horizontal is. So horizontal is straight and level is curved because it is since like 2016 with these calculations. So yes, level means surface of the spherical Earth.
Yeah, curve, big circle.
Yes, and horizontal would be the tangent. So they need this setup: horizontal straight, level curved. For this calculator.
That's what this is all about. That curve calculator is the curvature of level.
Yes, basically yes.
Now that curvature of level is the amount that McToon says that level drops away from horizontal. With anybody sensing a circular argument coming up when you make a circle and deviate it from horizontal? Because that's exactly what's happening here.
Just call it level. You're good to go.
Well, yeah, you just amount of curvature that you put in a straight line. And then what you're going to do is you're going to measure the amount that curve moves away from a straight line. Hey, presto, it's right. The curve calculator matches. So stupid. They should never have made a curve calculator, right?
Best thing for us they ever did. Best thing. They gave us a number.
Well,
they gave us a number.
What McToon's doing now as well is he's actually pointing it out to everybody that level separates from horizontal. There's a difference. And that difference is marked by Walter Bislin's curve calculator. That's where they get the numbers from. So everybody, the numbers that you're going to be using, if you ever use a curve calculator, will come from Walter Bislin. No great other group of people that's a known thing from universities or anything like that. No. Like the paper said, originally from Rowbotham, and now Walter Bislin. Well-trusted people of the Flat Earth Society. I'm pretty sure everybody can agree. Just a load of numbers. Has anybody ever measured this? Anybody? Has anybody ever actually measured the drop of the water level away from horizontal? I'll tell you, no. No.
It's impossible.
Can't be done. It's not even real. Level is horizontal. And, you know, like these people say, testing their claims. They don't like having their claims tested. So are you meant to test the dropping of the water level at an even elevation over distance?
When did McToon ever do a test? Does anybody hear anybody?
No. No, he runs his YouTube
Never,
channel.
right?
Yeah.
So he must be one of those, how did he call them?
High
frauds
priests.
or high priests,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. That's what he's doing. He's setting himself up now. He's sensed that Blue Marble's got a bit of a, you know, he's debating level is horizontal, and now McToon's decided to come out and we're going for it. The Globe is Blue Marble science team. They're on their route. Yeah, that's what we're going for.
Does this match?
That's what we're going for.
No, it doesn't quite match
By
either.
his own admission,
Timbo Turtle
if he doesn't come up with a test,
so I don't know which one.
He's a high priest.
Yeah, if he doesn't want it testing.
That means he's a high priest by his own formula, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Because we have, we've tested Euclid.
So you cannot be a high priest because you've done tests, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
We'll be doing it again. They can all join in. Let's see how this goes. It's good.
You have their Timbo Turtle, but I don't know what D is. I don't know what anyway. So there's two formulas. One is for straight distance through the air, and the other is for the distance across the surface of the Earth. So when you use Google Maps, you're going to get the distance across the surface of the Earth. So you want to use the second formula there. You can see H0.
Distance across the surface of the Earth being different than above the Earth.
What the hell, man?
Mm-hmm. See, there is a difference. There has to be a difference. One of them's developable and the other one is non-developable. He knows that. They're different.
Oh, SH, distance to the right. Oh, no, wait. I'm sorry. Hold on a second. This is the wrong formula. There is the right formula. There it is. Okay, Timbo Turtle. Hold on. Let me fix that. Timbo Turtle. Yours looks pretty similar to this. It's not quite the same formation, but in math you can arrange things differently as is your preference, but it looks pretty close to that. That might be the one. So formula 3, I think, is what Timbo Turtle has. Formula 4 is the one that I have on my web page there. And the reason why I use formula 4 is because it uses this lowercase s, distance between the observer and target along the surface of the globe. And you've got then formula 3 there uses this lowercase d, which is the line of sight distance between observer and target tangential to the surface of the globe.
You're saying that? It's Walter Bislin that's wrote this, the website that he's using. Walter Bislin. In case anybody's unaware, Walter Bislin, it's just a dude. Probably Flat Earth Society. Massive Flat Earth Society. He's made an Earth curve calculator to calculate the curve of the Earth. I mean, the curvature of level. He can calculate it like nobody's business.
He said before the distance in the air and the distance in the ground, right?
Yep. Yeah, they're different. Okay. One of them may be shorter than a straight line. I don't know. It gets a bit tricky, doesn't it? One of them might be the straight line and the other one's shorter than the straight line. We'll have to ask Bob. Is he still in the chat?
Shout out Bob.
Bob. Shout out Bob. Hope you're doing all right.
Which we don't get when we use Google Maps. So it's not typically the formula you'd want to use. It's this other one here. But it doesn't matter because you don't need to apply it yourself because Walter Bislin put it into this web page. It's nice and easy to do. Right. So, what are we going to do? We're going to do, Flat Earthers, contact me if you think you have the measure,
Actually, looking at that, he's just got like a cylinder, it looks like, doesn't it?
Cylinder Earth, yeah. I was talking about that yesterday. Yep. Works one way, the curve. Only works one way.
Definitely looks horizontal.
Yep.
Can't be though, can it? Walter Bislin.
One-way curvature? I think not.
The one photo that is too far, but I'm going to go to the one that they use the most often. And what is the one that they use the most often? It is Chicago skyline. And I have the Chicago skyline. I went to
this is nice. Have you seen this picture?
Joshua Nowicki's Facebook page. Went all the way back to May
taking some nice
2015 to get the highest quality picture of it that I could find. And this is it right here.
That's
this
nice,
has not been cropped. You can see it's got his whole name on it. This is the one that he published. And this is Chicago skyline. Now, Flat Earthers,
what a picture.
Always, every time I've ever seen a Flat Earther talk about this.
Why is he talking about Flat Earth? He's talking about it. It's a beautiful picture. McToon, what's up with it?
And by the way, if you turn around 90 degrees, because we live on cylinder, you will not see too far, it seems. Only to skyline, but if you turn
straight ahead, you can't turn. Doesn't work when you turn. Cylinder Earth. Yep.
Yes, so it works only on skyline. If you turn around 90 degrees, you will not see too far.
No,
it will be perfectly correct.
That's the fantasy that they want you to believe. Yes.
Well, I'd rather to go with the fact that that's a beautiful picture.
Yeah, and we see exactly what we should be seeing here.
Joshua Nowicki posted a picture and he's got every right to put his name on it. That is a beautiful picture. Now, some people get triggered by it. Because other people say you shouldn't be able to see it. But as you can obviously see, you can see it. And since that's in reality and you can see it, then what's the big deal? He's took a picture of it because you can see it.
And they say, Glober said, of course, looming. This is looming.
They're going to commence to explain to you that what you're actually seeing, you're not actually seeing, but you are because of looming. Yeah.
Yes.
Wow.
This skyline is, of course, below horizon, but because of looming, you are seeing in the air this picture.
Yes.
Well, look, it's a really nice picture. Now, the way I see Blue Marble Science working, the Blue Marble scientists, that's a nice picture. Somebody says, you know, it's Chicago. like quite a long way away. And then the globers will say, well, you can see it, obviously. And then somebody will say, but shouldn't it be, you know, over a curve? And then the Blue Marble Scientist team will start coming theories and hypotheses of how they can actually see it. And what you're going to hear now is McToons telling you what other people say about a picture that is just a picture. But he said other people say this, then because these other people say this, he can say this in rebuttal to them saying this, and then it's going to lose it. It's just a beautiful picture.
Yes, but still, wait a second. I know rebuttal for what he will say, I think, because in this picture, if they say that this is looming, so why water is not looming also? Water should loom also. So anyway, in their model, it shouldn't be visible anyway, because water should loom always with this skyline.
Aren't you doing just as much as he is? It's something should happen if it was different than what it is, but this is the picture that was taken in reality. And everybody knows what reality is, and that's this. So saying what would happen if it wasn't this, but it is this.
Yes. My point is that this is special pleading fallacy. Because looming concerns only skyline, but doesn't concern water. Why? Because special pleading fallacy. Water doesn't loom, and skyline looms. Yes. Why? Don't know.
It's just a picture, right? Most of this we're going to deal with coming up very soon is that optics are obviously different for some reason. What you see is different than what you imagine you see or you imagine you should see.
Yes, of course. So looming doesn't work. So this is faulty explanation, and we can see according to perspective perfectly what we should see. Yes.
I can't think of one exception. Maybe I'm wrong, but every time flat earthers talk about this, number one, they use 8 inches per mile squared.
Right. I don't know. I've never really talked to flat earthers about this picture. But like I say, it's just a picture. Why would anybody use 8 inches per mile squared? It's just a picture. You can't be serious and thinking people would use 8 inches per mile squared. I'm pretty damn sure that 99.99% of everybody would not have a clue if you were to tell them 8 inches per mile squared. They wouldn't have a clue what the fuck it meant. Because it doesn't even really mean anything here. 8 inches per mile squared. It means nothing.
Yeah, but I would say that this is first or one of the first black swans for this calculator, because this picture debunks this calculator. So that would be first black swan for this calculator.
Wrong formula. Number two, they almost always, when you ask them what was the height of the observer, they say, what do they say? They say 5 feet above the water. That is an outright lie. They did not do their own research.
What's he talking about?
Who says 5 foot above the water, you clown? I have footage. I'm 8 feet above the water. Where's everybody saying 5? I never heard anybody say everybody says 5 foot. What you talking about?
He's talking about this picture. I don't know who he talks to. and why anybody would say 5 foot above the water for this picture. It's just a picture. There's no measurements on it or anything. He's obsessed. It's crazy.
No surprise that a flat earther didn't do their own research. So
what?
You can see. Let's zoom in here a little bit. Let's just to be clear.
Look, who does their own research on pictures? Ask yourself that. How obsessed do you have to be to go to do this sort of shit about a picture? And they do it with all sorts of pictures. Bloody muppet.
Flat earthers, this doesn't actually help you. Because
doesn't help you what?
For what? Yeah.
Why is he talking to flat earthers like this? I mean, who are these flat earthers? If we could have any of the flat earthers that McToon's talking to, if you feel that McToon's talking to you, let us know. I want to see who these flat earthers that he's talking to are. Whether they'll come and have a chat with us.
You know what they say? They say when this picture isn't visible, they say all of the skyline is visible. They do say that. But if anybody's ever been to Chicago, you know there's a road that goes right along there. Lakeshore Drive. It's over on the right side. It'd be on the north end here. You can't see Lakeshore Drive. You would see it. This is nighttime. You'd see all the lights from
Is he serious?
You can't even see street lights.
Yeah, I think so. They say it, so he has to debunk it, right? That's what he does. He debunks pictures.
So now he's going to claim partial looming.
Well, this is...
Because obviously...
it's a common theme, right, amongst the blue marble scientists. They get a picture that somebody else has taken and then debunk it. Tell you what's wrong with it. Even you can say, it's just a picture. And they'll say, yeah, but you didn't do this and you lied about that.
Yes, that would be wrong picture. This picture is wrong.
Yeah, you were lying when you did that. You weren't there. That's all you get. And it's only because you've put a picture out there. I know this because my son has taken a picture 85 miles, I think, away. In fact, he got a Fata Morgana with Isle of Man about 91 miles away, I think.
Yeah, or those low vids you have where the camera's really low. How about those? Yeah. We've all done it. I have pictures like that. Come on.
It's just a picture, though. Literally just a picture. And these guys take offense at you taking pictures and they have to do this sort of stuff. I'm not a flat earther. My son definitely isn't a flat earther. He can take pictures, though.
Here. Nothing. There's no streetlights here.
Show anybody your
Where
pictures,
are they?
though.
Why is everything missing? Right? This tall one over the right, that's John Hancock. The far one on the left, no. I think John Hancock's in the center there. Yep. And on the left is Willis Tower, used to be called Sears Tower. Yeah, Lakeshore Drive, Matt Patak, thank you for that. I've driven Lakeshore Drive. That would be underwater according to this. So with flat earthers, it is incumbent on you to provide the plausible mechanism and the testable hypothesis with the computation of the consequences for what's causing this bottom-up obstruction. Just saying a whole bunch of words is not a testable hypothesis. Okay, so let me get to this. Flat earthers never did this. They never did this. They never checked to see the elevation. So when you actually pay attention and you go read the...
Right, there's a picture that some dude's done, right? And you know what flat earthers never did? They never bothered checking the elevation. Like, why? It's a fucking picture, Toon. I mean, I know you don't like flat earthers, but why do they have to do all of this weird shit? And why are you doing it? You feel threatened by a picture. Somebody's talk, obviously.
When he was interviewed,
it's not stable.
By the news station.
So
he says he was up on the bluff there, right? Not we don't know the exact position, but there were some other photographs.
Don't
and
know the
from
exact
that
position.
Exact
it's just
spot,
a picture.
And you can actually see some of these little trees here. If you go on closer, you look in here, you can see some of the trees. Doesn't matter a ton. Because the elevation isn't super accurate even on Google Earth. This is from Google Earth. And so you can see here.
What did we found the biggest hill around the area?
The elevation of the surface of the water, and then at the top there's.
Yeah, he's taking a picture. Like, he just wants the best shot. Why would he bother telling anybody where he was? He might be the only guy that takes these pictures. He might make a bit of money out of it. He might have found a nice little spot. It's just a really nice picture of the Chicago skyline. But McToon took offense to it. He's trying to work out where the guy is, saying that Google Earth elevations, you know, like, it's just a picture.
It threatens the model. This is bad for them.
Obviously threatens McToon for some reason.
Yeah.
He keeps talking about flat earthers. So my guess is a flat earther has gone to McToon and gone, oh, look at this picture, McToon. Ooh, what do you think about that with your globe? And McToon's has just got triggered to fuck about it. And he can't let it go. It's in his head. He's now performing what we call blue marble scientific method, where he gets triggered by something and then lashes out by making all of this scientific bumf that means nothing to try and justify his triggering. Watch him go.
766, I think.
This is blue marble science.
Is that right? No.
Find a picture on the internet that triggers the shit out.
No, the eye height is that's the eye height. All right.
And then debunk it.
I have all the details that I have put in.
I'm going to find the hump of water somewhere.
What's the actual distance? They say 59 miles. It's actually
he's got Google Maps,
3 miles.
Things. He's gone to far too much fucking trouble for.
And then we go over to Bislin's.
Look, he's gone to Walter Bislin's curve
calculator. Cylinder again,
feet above the surface of the lake.
Cylinder Earth, yes.
They never include this.
What? They never include what?
Never include this.
Never
because when you
included
use 8 inches per mile
cylindrical
squared, where do you put it?
Anybody that looks at that picture, they never bother including the Google Maps thing and the Walter Bislin's curve calculator because they're just looking at a picture. To everybody else, it's just a picture. But to McToon...
And this is one-way calculator, only in one direction. Because if
I just came up. Sorry, Paper. Sorry, I thought you were done.
Go on.
I just came up with. Damn, I forgot. I'm sorry. I had it, and I lost it. It was my bad because I interrupted you. It'll come to me again. It was funny. Oh, I got it. Sorry, I got it. Check this out. 8 inches per mile. 8 inches per mile, cylindered. Instead of squared. I thought it was funny. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, even the 8 inches per mile squared doesn't make any sense. Hopefully, well, maybe one of the blue marble scientists will talk to us about it.
But it would have to be cylindered, right? Because look, it only goes one way, the curve.
Well, it's just fictional. Like, literally, this calculator is just so you can imagine how much curvature there would have to be to level in order for you to imagine that you live on a globe.
Wow.
80 feet. It's
what it's been
nowhere.
made for.
They're like, oh, I'll just subtract it later. That doesn't actually do it.
Look at
That's
him. He's
still
really upset.
wrong. Flat earthers, do you want to be liars? You must use the actual globe if you want to test the globe. No, the target distance, 53.3 miles. Target size, 1,450 feet. That's the height of Willis Tower. And refraction, 0.5. That is the minimum refraction when you're looking over water.
The guy just took a
I would
picture.
never consider using anything less than 0.5 unless the conditions were very, very obvious that it wasn't that high. And so let me explain. Standard refraction is not a great thing.
Going to explain
but
why he's
refraction is
doing
what
this
some
to a
surveyors
picture in a
use
minute.
when they're viewing things at height over land, and the observation is not going near the surface of something. Then maybe you can use, in standard refraction is 0.13 in this. The U.S. Meteorological Society uses 0.33.
Listen to him.
Right, but that's again
Sounds
not
like an
over
artist,
water at
doesn't
low
he?
elevation.
I can now I can
So
understand.
you need.
Go on.
I can now understand why Joshua Nowicki picture is wrong. He used wrong refraction to make this picture. So
McToon says he used the wrong, or the flat earthers didn't use the correct refraction on Walter Bislin's calculator when they were saying, "Oh, that's a nice picture."
But still, blame on Joshua Nowicki because he took picture and he used wrong refraction. That's why his picture is wrong. Joke.
Yeah. Well, I can remember this right at the very beginning. I put a picture on Twitter when my son took it of Isle of Man from 85 miles away. And I said, look at that. That's great, isn't it? How far have you seen? You know, like, what's your best long distance? And they said, of course you can see it. You're meant to see it. Look, if we put this through, how high were you? Where were you? What's that you can see over there? And we went, no, it's just a picture of the Isle of Man. And they went, oh, well, where are you? How far away were you? Like, you can't see the whole of the Isle of Man. What are you saying there? Like, look at that. The horizon doesn't rise to eye level. And it was just, oh my God. It was just to show that we've took a picture of something 85 miles away. Look, he's got a great camera. And they just got triggered. They do this sort of stuff. McToon. It's just a picture. Like, not everybody does that, right? Nobody else in this arena goes absolutely mental at people taking pictures. They don't want stuff tested.
To use either a measured vertical temperature gradient, which there's only two I've ever seen. One is the FE core at Lake Balaton, which completely destroys them. It shows that the vertical temperature gradient is
FE core tried to do a
massively too
vertical
high
temperature gradient.
for
That's
any-
where the fuck they've got this from then, isn't it? FE core. Thank you, FE core.
Here's how bad it is. A vertical temperature gradient of 1 degree Celsius per 10 meters will cause the light to bend in an arc of about 4,000 miles. Yes, I know I mixed units there. 6,371 kilometers, which is the radius of the Earth, the measured radius.
You hear that?
Yes.
Measuring.
And by the way, basic mistake. He's talking about vertical refraction. It means that it has drop rate of temperature if it is going higher and higher. And for this curving of light, this should be on one layer, on one height. Difference between temperatures should be on one level, let's say. So we have like 5 feet above sea level or sea, and this temperature should change along that line on one level in order to for light to refract. So it is complete mess. Why we are bothering? Let's say if we are looking at this Joshua Nowicki picture, and let's say that he was 5 feet above sea on the beach or whatever. So we have only 5 feet above, and we are not taking into consideration this refraction at high level. The highest building in his picture is like let's say a few hundred meters high, and basically in most of this path of the light, it is on the first layer. So it would be nearly zero refraction, if any. So he's messing completely vertical with horizontal here. So complete nonsense. I think that people don't see that, cannot see that, this contradiction. Not vertical.
Well, what he's saying is they've already got a computation, right, for the curvature of light within a refraction.
Yes, but this refraction, he's depicting refraction, and this refraction would not cause light bending. What he is saying, that would not cause light bending. This light would bend only if you are looking upward to the sky, not on the ground level, let's say.
Yeah, but he's trying to let people think that you can bend light. So really, if you were to shove a torch in between your butt crack backwards, like pointing the other way, it's what he's saying, with the correct refraction, you'd be able to bend that light around. That's what he's saying.
Yes, maybe, but still, it is not how refraction in reality works.
Obviously not. Obviously not. But I mean, this is one of McToon's way of trying to get around this looming or whatever. He's, he just basically, they're allowing themselves anything, and they can put in a different number at any time and say, well, you can see that. Doesn't matter, right? So it's quite clear that there's no way you're going to get anywhere with any optics at all, because these guys are just that dishonest that they'll make up things that people may or may not have said. But I mean, they could have been anybody. Could be fake flat earthers. They could be your grandma saying it. Doesn't really matter to these people. And Josh Nowicki just took a picture. It's just a guy that took a picture. And guess what? Triggered. Triggered enough to go to Walter Bislin's curve calculator and then pretend that a load of people have said sort of things to him about that picture, that he has to debunk the picture for some reason.
Radius of the Earth that people have measured for centuries.
There we go. Did you hear that?
For centuries.
Yeah, listen. This is McToon. Oh, is it? Well, yeah.
1,000 miles. Yes, I know I mixed units there. 6,371 kilometers. Which is the radius of the Earth, the measured radius of the Earth that people have measured for centuries.
The measured radius of the Earth that people have measured for centuries. Now, this is McToon, and he wouldn't be lying. So obviously we'd be able to check the methods of anybody to do this and the claims. McToon, if you would just let us know the method used so we all may check for measuring the radius of the Earth that has been done for centuries, please. Anytime you're ready, as long as it's been documented. Everybody here that's listening, 49 people, thank you very much. All make a mental note that McToon has the method. He's been offered it, right, for the choice. Make sure nobody forgets about it. We'll just leave it at that.
I have proposal. Let's use camels will equal pace. This is for measuring, of course.
Yeah. About sticks, shadows, measuring angles, perhaps.
It will cause light to bend at that particular 1 degree Celsius per 10 meters vertical.
1 degree per 10 meters vertical will cause light to bend around his idea of what he thinks the globe is, the entire thing. And then listen to what he's going to say. Listen to this. It gets better.
The Lake Balaton one had a more than 1 degree change in temperature over 2 meters. Significantly higher, significantly more than would cause the light to bend at the radius of the Earth. There's no way that you could then say that refraction did not happen. It's drastically strong refraction. And that's what
and refraction would be downwards in the downwards direction, not in the upwards, I don't think. Or I don't know. I don't know whether you could look down to look up. It's all backwards. Crazy.
It is inverse refraction because refraction in their model shouldn't go that way. It shouldn't bend downward, but upward, by the way. But
well, the horizontal points upwards. We just saw a picture of it before.
Yes.
So you're actually looking downwards to start off, but then the light goes upwards.
Complete nonsense.
Yeah, it's absolute bullshit. Absolute horse shit.
What happens at nighttime, or especially over frozen water or nearly frozen water? That's what was happening there. They're hoping it was going to be frozen. You have it maximized because the water is pretty cold compared to the air, especially if it's frozen. If it's frozen water, it's drawing moisture, or not moisture, heat from the air. So at real close to the surface, it's very cold. If you've ever been on a lake, a frozen lake in the winter, with good boots even, you'll know your feet get cold, even though the rest of your body might not be, because it's significantly colder down close. But on days that it was sunny and it's after sunset, you get drastic changes there too. So Lake Balaton, exactly what is predicted for the globe, or for temperatures in general, is that you'd have this high temperature gradient. The other one was
exactly what's predicted for the globe. He did just say that over the lake for a temperature gradient.
He's talking about frozen lake when we have ice, or ice on instead of water.
But can you just, for everybody listening, a temperature gradient? We work that, right? There's a temperature and then a vertical height.
Yes. And by the way,
it's nothing to do with anything really. It's just a vertical height with temperature.
Yes, but still it doesn't work because the temperature would be equal, or pretty much equal, because if the lake is frozen, it means that this ice is below zero, and if the temperature of air is also below zero, similarly, it means that there is no gradient, no refraction in the
He's
winter.
just talking about vertical temperature difference. Like,
Yes.
Seriously, it doesn't mean anything. To discuss it is to placate some mad guy's idea of it actually meaning something.
Yes, and by the way, if we are looking, for example, this lake Balaton, if we are looking at the from one shore to shore or whatever, we are looking from 5 feet height into, let's say, other shore, and this thing on the other shore of Balaton would be also 5 feet or 10 feet, we are still on the same layer of this refraction.
Yeah.
So it would be zero refraction, zero. So complete nonsense. Why he's talking about vertical gradient?
It's just to confuse people. It means nothing. Yes. Literally.
Completely irrelevant.
Like a red herring, let's say.
Yes, completely. Yes, I agree.
It's a distraction.
It's like a crystal ball. You're trying to predict what something's going to be.
It's just trying to draw people into a conversation that means nothing. Yep. And then he can laugh at people because they don't understand that the argument that he's tried to make is meaningless. Nobody's ever going to win. It's never going to go anywhere. You're in this lunatic's fucking ballpark. Something that has no meaning. Only to him. And he's unable to explain it to anybody else.
Dr. John D, who's definitely not a doctor.
Dr. John D, he's saying, is definitely not a doctor, yet he's talking about Professor Dave, who definitely fucking isn't a professor. And he doesn't mention that. Hypocritical.
By the way, if you are a doctor, because professor, you can teach, let's say, people, and you have this title in school as professor.
Uh-huh.
But if you are a doctor, this is not a title, this is a grade, like in science.
Yeah.
So I would say that it is more hard to fake doctorate than being professor. So I would say that this is more certain that being a doctor, it means being real doctor. Because you cannot fake that in that way that nobody is saying to professor in school, doctor, but professor or mister or whatever. But if you are a doctor, you have grade. So I would say that this is dishonest because I think this doctor is real doctor.
Yeah. Yeah, he's pointing out that he's hypocritical because he's going to talk to Professor Dave, who definitely isn't a professor, whilst calling somebody else.
At Brighton, I think Brighton Beach, and they also measured the vertical temperature gradient in 2 spots. And it was also about, I think it was 1.5 degrees over 1 meter. Super high. All you need is 1 degree per 10 meters. It was doing it in 1 meter. So, flat earthers, don't lie. Don't straw man to do your tests, right?
What?
If your position requires you to lie, it's pretty weak position.
What's he talking about?
Projection.
Yeah, I haven't got a clue. He's never performed anything himself. And I don't know what he's talking about, the tests that flat earthers are doing and why they're lying. That's just literally, that's just a straw man.
So, all right.
Terrible tune.
There it is. Refraction 0.5. And we see hidden 300 feet hidden of 1400. We can go back and look at the picture and see, well, does that match? So over on the left is the Willis Tower. Is 300 feet? Well, I don't know how much of it was hidden of 1400 because we don't.
300 feet? How big are them buildings? They must be huge if there's 300 feet in.
See the base.
He doesn't.
And it's a little bit of a blurry picture. It's a little bit difficult to actually get really solid things, but you could look at the other buildings and people could do an analysis of it. But the point is, you don't need to even do that. The point is, you should.
The point is, it's just a picture. Why would people want to be doing analysis and getting so triggered about a picture?
Should see the top part of it on the globe. No
the only ones
question
they
about it.
like is the ones that prove their point.
I don't know what point he's trying to prove. It's a picture. Nice picture. Very, very nice picture. Nice enough for you to put your name on it.
The globe.
And be on television.
Yeah.
Weatherman snap it up and make you famous, yeah.
Most of Willis Tower. Now, flat earthers, they don't get that. They'll say it should be hidden behind a mountain of water a certain height based on the wrong formula.
See, flat earthers say you should be hidden behind a mound of water. No. At least I don't think they say that. I'd say it's a nice picture. Why would anybody want to say it should be hidden behind a mound of water? Water doesn't mound. It's fucking ridiculous.
Flat earthers said that it should be below a certain number of feet in their model, geometrical model. That's what flat earthers said always. So it means that this is impossible on their model. This picture debunks their model. That's what flat earthers said, based on this calculator, whatever it is. So Globers used this calculator, and this picture shows, according to this calculator, it is impossible. So this picture shows impossibility of this globe model with its calculator.
I'd say you have to have sloping horizontals and tilting verticals.
Yes. So that's why I said on their model.
Yeah.
So it debunked, this picture debunks their model.
I'm just I am. I'm just saying the fact that why would flat earthers want to tell him that should be a hill of water in between on their model? Because again, flat earthers are imagining something that isn't real. And why would they be wanting to imagine something that isn't real to tell somebody that's obviously delusional that something that isn't real isn't real? Just, I don't know. It seems like a really strange way to argue and talk to people, really.
Flat earthers stop lying.
See,
and globe earthers.
He thinks flat earthers are just lying anyway. So if you say anything about anything to this man and it doesn't go along with what he thinks about it, he's just going to say you're a flat earther and say you're lying. He's mad.
Let me say this. I cannot stress this enough. Globe earthers.
Here we go.
The problem with 8 inches per mile squared is not that it's a parabola. It's that it's a measurement of drop from horizontal.
There you go. It's a measurement of drop from horizontal. And everybody knows what a measured drop from horizontal is. It's called an elevation change. So level is an elevation change. McToon. Well done. Go and join Jesse.
Does not do what they want it to do. It's not bottom-up obstruction. My website, just go to curvature. Curvature calculator. Gives you the correct formula. Go to Walter Bislin's. It applies it correctly. Now,
it applies to how much elevation change level is going to have over a certain distance. That's what McToon's talking about here.
But still, he is quite opposite than Blue Marble, because Blue Marble science said and wrote that level is equal elevation and horizontal is not equal elevation.
Yeah.
And McToon is saying otherwise, quite opposite.
Yeah, unless you can tell the elevation change of the horizontal and how much it tilts up from level.
That would be
Maybe
concave horizontal.
Well, yeah, like you can measure. So you get to a canal and you measure a mile along the canal, and then you go up 8 inches, and you could say that's where the horizontal would be. If the like it'd make it dead easy to find out how a horizontal is. I don't know why these guys are saying it's hard work. It should be a piece of piss if it's 8 inches every mile. Up difference from the level. I mean, hey, McToon's.
Sure. Why not? Why not?
I forgot the squared.
Well, we were going to talk about that, yeah. Whether that's a big mile square or just a little 8-inch square. We was thinking we could put that on a t-shirt.
Yeah.
Is because the mile is just a straight line, right? Distance, and then the 8-inch is a 8-inch vertical, but one of them's a square. I mean, surely we could bring in the 8-inch square, couldn't we? And the 8-inch square on the end of a 1 mile straight, just so everybody can visualize what the 8 inches per mile square is.
No. You cannot visualize at least not in reality. I think that cube would be better. So 8 inches cube.
There's another solution.
No,
you can go with the cylinder.
No, you've got to have the straight line in the little 8-inch square, because imagining a mile square and then a little, because then where do you put your 8 inches? On which corner?
On the cylinder. That's why you use a cylinder.
Don't know.
Come on.
I still like the idea of putting a square on the end of the straight line mile. It works easier for me in my head than wondering which corner of the mile square you want to put your 8-inch stick, like a toothpick tangent type thing.
But you can lose the square altogether and just go with the cylinder and just forget about everything. It just drops one way, and there you go.
Well, the square's in the formula. You can't get away from the square in the formula.
I would say that Beth, you would have a real problem, because these squares on the sphere are slightly different. So it may cause some problems, geometrical problems.
Yeah. Yeah, first off, you'd have to work out whether your square's got 3, 4, or 5 sides, wouldn't you? That'd be your starting
that's
block.
step one.
How many sides your square's got. And,
you should check it with Blue. He knows the formula for that.
Yeah, a t-shirt idea. I'm still thinking about it. Here we go.
Sad news. I'm gonna play this, and I emailed him. Professor Dave got it wrong.
Oh, look, here we go.
I'll do it right here.
This is the one.
Professor,
look, he's gonna do it. He's gonna do it. This is McToon correcting everybody, right? If you wanted to see the leading figure for the globe, right, putting everybody in order, you didn't think there was some sort of higher power keeping order on the globe, and you thought it was just a free reign sort of thing. No. McToon here. He is taking command, telling everybody off for not getting it right. Listen.
Professor Dave, in your 10 things that all flat earthers say video, point number 3, I believe, you said that they all say 8 inches per mile squared, and you're correct on that. And then you said it's wrong because it's a parabola, and you're wrong on that, Professor Dave.
Wrong. You tell
the reason why it's the wrong formula is because it's for drop, not because it's a parabola. When you use it for drop, it's fine.
It's fine. Rumpus. It's fine when you use it for drop. And that's what everybody, we're honoured to have Rumpus in the chat. And that's what Rumpus was doing. Rumpus was going to Bedford to measure the drop of the canal across the distance of the canal, the Bedford Canal. Sadly, he didn't get a chance to do it this year. And the guy that designed the entire test, I'm guessing next year he'll be paying homage to George. Bless his soul. It'll maybe in the honour of George next year. We'll all get together and have a get together when Rumpus doesn't do his test next year. To measure the drop from horizontal of the level, Bedford levels, the canal. That's right, isn't it, Rumpus? The drop, as McToon's saying, 8 inches per mile squared drop of the water level. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Rumpus, the great Rumpus, measuring the drop for McToon. McToon's got in there before you, Rumpus. Don't worry, he's dictating what you're going to have to do. He's even telling Professor Dave how wrong the not Professor Dave is. He's obviously not a professor. It's just a YouTube character. He's role-playing a professor. He's not a real professor. Don't think that he is. And McToon here is telling everybody that Professor Dave was wrong, and the 8 inches per mile squared is actually the drop of the water level over distance. See Rumpus confirming there. Rumpus will be measuring this drop of the water level over distance.
You are going to get, for as many digits of precision that you need for your observation, you're going to get enough digits of precision using that approximation. Because when you're looking at something over 60 miles or 100 miles...
So they're all in consensus. Professor Dave is wrong. So if anybody's listening, make sure you take that away with you. Both McToon and Rumpus, the guy that's going to measure the drop of the water level in Bedford. How much, Rumpus? It's about 17 feet it is, I think, isn't it? Something like that. It's quite a lot. Rumpus is going to have to get some big sticks to measure that drop.
You're not getting 6 digits of precision.
Feet, yeah?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think so. It depends how much refraction there is on the day.
You mean standard refraction?
Yeah, we have to recalculate the radius of the Earth to see exactly how much drop there's going to be on the day. But around about 15, 16, 17 feet. I think that's what Rumpus is going for. Might go for a big 20. You never know. We might be able to push it out to 20-foot drop.
Lucky to get 2 or 3 digits of precision. So Dave, I appreciate that video. It's a great video. And we're going to show it here in a second. But that particular part of it,
it's wrong.
You got wrong. So I got to put them in your butts. So.
The Professor Dave that isn't a professor.
Stringer News 1 says, no, the problem is that it's a straw man. Well, is it a straw man?
Is it a straw man?
I mean, yes, it's a straw man. And a lot of the time they don't mind
it's not there.
Doing a straw man. And they should have a problem with that. An honest person. And flat earthers claim to be about truth. How many of them have truth in the name of their channels?
Dunno.
Way too many. So, all right.
Way too many.
Here is, I'm going to jump back here.
Did he say too many Flat Earthers have got truth in the name of their channel. Too many. Nice. 17.
I wonder if is he an actual MC?
Mac,
Like,
no, it's no. I've talked to this. He's definitely not an MC. So it's McToon, like a Scottish. He's got Scottish heritage. It's Scottish. McToon, something like that. You've never heard him introducing anything, have you? Or doing a bit of rapping?
I haven't heard it spit any times.
Oh, it's number 2.
It's 2. You got it wrong. You said
All
it was number 3.
And look at that.
It's
It's this one. This one's a popular one. That's is that in Canada there? All right, let's go.
In Canada.
I shouldn't see this thing, but I do, so the Earth is flat. Then to justify this...
See, listen to that. I shouldn't see this thing, but I do. Therefore, the Earth is flat. I mean, if they literally think that that is a logical statement that makes sense, and in fact even needs rebutting or going in a video, then they're sadly mistaken. I don't even know why they're making that and putting it in the video. It's ridiculous. Surely nobody's logical system works like that. Except, obviously, Globers.
This claim, you all say the same thing, typically with no context whatsoever. 8 inches per mile squared. None of you have any idea what this means. You can't derive it. You can't calculate anything with it. You can't make a prediction with it. You can't tell me anything about this value at all. When I point this out to you, you get very angry, and instead of answering simple questions, you just link me to a bunch of videos made by con men. Well, I'm sorry, friends. Those people are doing incorrect math, or lying, or both, and they are counting on the fact that you won't do any math at all to check up on them. 8 inches per...
All right, so far, Dave, spot on, perfect, absolutely got it.
Per mile squared is not.
Whoa! What do you mean? Like who does know what 8 inches per mile squared means? Do you think McToon understands it? Like we said, 8 inches per mile. That's understandable. It's a linear measurement. It's a drop. 1 mile, 8 inches. What does the square bring into it? Rumpus, no doubt telling everybody that he's a genius and you don't understand it. And well, what does it mean? What does that square function add to it? It makes it into a quadratic equation. And a quadratic equation is like a sort of exponential. It just increases 4 times because of that square function that you've put in it. It basically makes it impossible. That 8 inches per mile that seems dead simple at the beginning, that you could then progress outwards in a linear fashion, much like the Stadia hairs of reality. The 8-inch square function makes it impossible in reality.
It only can refer to real squares or curve. If you have parabola, like, yes, you can calculate in one, let's say, in one line, but this line has to be curved line. You can calculate.
It's impossible though. What's the drop of 2 miles?
No. I am saying that you are, let's say, measuring, calculating curvature itself using a squared function, not in a square box. Let's say, if you are not measuring,
I do know that. Yes, I'm just pointing out to everybody listening that the squared function adds a quadratic function to the equation. And although it says square, the function geometrically is a square, right? That's literally what it means. It means the square of the number. But the square of the number, like Rumpus keeps saying, 8 inches per mile squared, over 2 miles, the drop with that function is 32 inches. Is it? 36, 32. But the drop for each mile is 8. So
yes.
you can't
This
do
is
it in
problem.
2
Yes.
bits and end up with the drop that you have over 2 miles. It literally makes it impossible in reality. Literally impossible. I don't know why I added literally in there. Probably just to emphasize how fucking ridiculous it is, Rumpus, right? It's amazing to me when these people talk about not being able to test their claims. There is a guy called Slice Barcane that has a bending water level test where he did 100 meters over a mile. It's literally impossible, and he's never been able to talk to us about it. And he never will. And nobody ever will. Because nobody can do the impossible. Yeah, that's right, Rumpus. We definitely don't understand how you can imagine impossible things. You go and measure your drop of the water, a 17-foot drop of the canal over distance. Anytime, Rumpus. Anytime. Nice to see you back again anyway, Rumpus.
Valid way to measure Earth's curvature. If you understood math, you would immediately see that this squared on miles is totally out of place. That's because this is a parabolic approximation. This is for doing calculations with a parabola. It's possible that you remember this shape from middle school algebra, but I wouldn't be surprised if you don't. As you can see, the Earth is not shaped like this. So where does it come from, and why do people use it? It comes from the Flat Earth Bible, Zetetic astronomy, and Flat Earth priests use it because they know it's not accurate. It gives them incorrect values that they can use to claim.
That's 1881, if anybody's interested. 1881.
That they shouldn't be able to see something when in fact they totally should. There are dozens of videos on YouTube demonstrating this, several of which reference the actual formula.
Okay, Dave, that's not the actual formula.
Uh-oh. Wrong formula use.
No way.
Yeah.
That's the actual formula, Dave.
Correcting him.
So I sent Dave an email. I told him I was going to be doing this. I said I would invite him.
Nothing like Fight the
I
Flat
will be in
Earth's
a little bit
perfect maths
inviting,
either.
I can science that to join me. So, because he did a great video on this as well, and I want to support what he was doing. And Raichi, we'll talk about Raichi when he comes on. So anyway, so that's the correct formula. Let's listen to the rest of Dave here.
That actually describes Earth's curvature, which as you can see requires trigonometry. Stop blindly repeating.
Trigonometry. He said trigonometry then. Did you hear that? Go on.
Straight lines.
Trigonometry, yeah.
No, I was just gonna say, so I can spaghetti that he's moved on to Raichi somehow or something because he got destroyed over here.
Well, he did a video on the 8 inches per mile squared. Ridiculous, impossible maths. It's okay if you think of it in a maths sense, but the moment you try and relate it to reality, it's impossible. You can't do it. Rumpus knows. Rumpus is looking for a quadratic function of the drop of the water level across the Bedford Canal. He knows how impossible it is. Yeah, it's just impossible. Just leave it at that. It'll never be done. It'll never be measured. It can't be measured because it's impossible. Don't worry about it, though. They've got the Blue Marble Science team on the go. They'll be doing this. They'll sort it.
Reading what you hear on Flat Earth videos and learn some basic math so that you can do these calculations for yourself. Number 3.
Okay. So there it is. And
we've got Hex in the chat, and if there's anybody willing to say that stupid shit that has to be said, it's got to be Hex. And Hex says, vertical tilts as you move, so the drop resets every time you measure it.
A resetting drop? Wow.
Yeah, that's what makes it impossible.
That's why, and by the way, if you are measuring distance, you measure it in straight line. So this miles squared is concerning curved line. So it is not distance, but this is supposedly calculating distance in straight line, but it is not. So for me, this is a mess. But still, even Globers don't understand what originally Robotham invented. I would say that he was wrong, but still they anyway wrongly adopted this calculation, and they wrongly calculate that, completely wrong. And he was wrong, and they are wrong. Everything is wrong with this calculation.
Yeah, and one of the problems that they have with this calculation is the fact that it's based on an X and a Y. You have to plot it on a graph. And the graph that you plotted on has a perpendicular axis. It's needed for you to, in order to plot this anyway. So,
in fact, in this calculator, you have horizontal being tangent, straight line, this drop straight line, but this strange hypotenuse is curved. This is this squared distance. So this is kind of weird triangulation or what, or trigonometry with curved. I don't know.
I don't know how you could say that in that math that the horizontal is a hypotenuse.
No, not horizontal.
Tangent.
Horizontal is tangent for them.
Well, it's not though, is it? Horizontal is also the x of the graph. So you can't have the horizontal being the x of the graph and a tangent. You have to be able to say at some point, horizontal isn't a tangent.
Yes, of course, yes.
I
agree.
Not even in their model, right? You can't take horizontal and put it on a different model and say horizontal. Although the graph we're using has a horizontal here, we're going to pretend that the circle we're drawing or the shape we're drawing is something else. So we'll move that axis to something else that's not the axis. It just...
Yes, and there is another problem, because this drop is vertical, but only vertical according to this line, which is depicted as horizontal. So it is not vertical according to the point on this globe. On this globe, this is not vertical. It is at the angle. This is not local vertical at that point where it is intersecting the globe. So there is another problem, because this is not vertical, local vertical in their model. This is just vertical drop from this tangent line, let's say. So it doesn't match being vertical on this globe position, if you understand what I am saying. It has to be, it should be tilted, but in this calculator, it is not tilted, because it has to have a right angle. between a horizontal, this tangent line, and vertical drop. So they have to keep this right angle.
It's the adjacent they bend the paper, not the hypotenuse. I think it's the adjacent.
But
Yes.
still, this vertical should be, according to their model, should be tilted from this horizontal. Let's say it should be not vertical, but in this calculator, it is normal vertical drop. So not vertical at that point, which is measured. So there is another problem. Look at Wiki how it is depicted, this drop. It is not vertical, this divergent vertical. Absolutely not.
We called that a vertical like a testicle, as Brad, the science guy, showed us. Yeah.
Yes.
Just to differentiate between the two.
Yes. But in this calculator, they are not using this this tilted vertical at all.
Yeah, vertical like a testicle with an LE at the end of it.
Yes, so this is funny. Nothing is consistent there. So
the tilt.
I have to
the tilted one.
Talking about the drop, I have to drop to bed.
Yeah.
So
Okay,
good night. Good night.
Thank you. Carry on again.
Matt.
No. Who knows? Level doesn't tilt. It's verticals that tilt on the globe model. Horizontals, levels, slope. There's a difference between the slope and the tilt.
Talk says not just Dave but Simon. Dan shows this parabola, and I had heard that. I did not verify it myself. But Dan, if you're doing it, shame on you.
See, Simon Dan as well. McToon, isn't he? Like he's taking ownership of this.
That's 2 guys he brought down.
And Fight the Flat Earth.
That's 3.
Yeah, he's proper taking ownership of this. He's like, finger wagging. Yeah, like you naughty little boys. He's gonna tighten up this globe Earth.
I shall slay you, dragons.
Yeah, impossible maths. He's taking ownership of that. He's saying, if you guys are going to talk about impossible maths, I'm going to make sure you don't get it wrong. Make sure you say as I say. Otherwise,
I'll message Dan later. It's again, use the right formula.
Use the right
response. I saw it today. In fact, it was.
We are talking about a horizontal here, right? So, like McToon says, in order for you to test this, because it's definitely testable, right? What you would need to do is to be able to set up a horizontal. And then, easy, set up the horizontal, measure the drop. Bish, bash, bosh. Done. No problem. We can test that. No problemo.
Zoomy, you naughty. Very naughty Zoomy.
In fact, we've got a test called the Realising Euclid Test that's about the straight line. So that's what our idea was, to set up, make sure that a straight line lies within a plane all the way along. So we did a shared straight line segment test to prove the straight line. So we know that straight line can definitely be done for starters. So we can help you out with that if anybody else wants to try testing. We can help you out with the straight line for starting off with your baseline, and then all you have to do is put your level up to it and measure the difference. We've already done it. Give us a shout.
Said it in the previous video I did, but we have a guest. Hold on a second. We have. Look at that. What do you think? This is Penguin. Hello, Penguin. Can we get Penguin there? Oh, right at the camera. Penguin looks like a teddy bear.
Who names the top penguin, for crying out loud?
Yeah, Mute Donkey's got the spelling right with the silent T at the beginning. She's constantly, she's either playing or sleeping. That's her two modes right now. So there it is. Look at these paws. They're big, you can tell. I love the paws of puppy paws.
It's a nice dog.
She is cute. So there it is. All right, thank you very much. All right.
It's just handing it back off to Brenda. There you go, Brenda.
Bob the science guy says, I use 8 inches per mile square and it works just fine over reasonable distances. I've measured myself over the lake, half mile.
You lying shitbag, Bob. You're still trying to get away with that. Bob saying he's measured the... Yo, Bob. I've got a video about that. Yeah. Bob talking about his thing, bigging himself up to tune. Welcome back, Bob. But yeah, you're lying shit about that, Bob. Definitely.
Half mile, 2-inch drop. Drop. Yes, it's the right formula for drop. It's the wrong formula.
Bob's lying to you, McToon. He didn't do that. It's impossible.
For bottom-up obstruction, right, Bob?
No, Bob's a liar. McToon, don't.
And that's what I'm talking about. Because when are flat earthers ever looking?
Bob's a known liar, actually.
Bob, can anybody other than the one I already mentioned, when has a flat earther said, let's go and examine drop? They never do.
Did he say when has a flat earther ever said to go and examine drop? Like a vertical? Has anybody ever examined drop?
Every construction worker that ever lived, probably. I don't know.
Yeah, you definitely measure vertical every time you use an auto level. Like there's a vertical thing there. So I don't know. I'm not so sure what he's talking about. Maybe a different blue marble scientist definition of drop to examine it as well.
So that dog is it's not a terrier. It's a half schnauzer, half poodle. They call it a schnoodle. All right. So, all right, I'm going to fire up Zoom here, and we're going to send a message to both Dave and I Can Science that, so we can get them in. So, Coffee Breath has a schnoodle named Lego. That's a great name.
I think of spaghetti on a phone every time I hear I Can Science that. All I think of is spaghetti noodles on his phone.
Well, how far? We've only got half an hour.
Names for a dog. All right. All right. So I'm going to send it to I Can Science that and to Dave. So I told Dave in the email, I said I don't know if he'll be able to make it, but I will. I'll send you the link anyway.
Dave's not going to turn up.
I said, you're short notice. I don't expect you to be there, but it'd be nice if you pop by. So
after he collected him, I think not.
Would I get Neuralink? Very much, probably not. So, all right. Okay, there's that.
I think McToots always looks like a person who's very angry, trying to not look angry all the time.
He does look frustrated, right? I mean, obviously, if you get triggered by people taking pictures and then have to try and work out the elevation of where the dude was when he took the picture, I mean, you've got a problem.
Yeah, constantly frustrated. Constantly angry, but this is him not being angry face.
I think this is where he's probably the least angry when he's on camera. It's probably his calmest place for him to be. Receiving adoration from the chat and, imagining he's the leader of the whatever it is. He's like on his throne at the minute.
Yeah, he's got his puppy dog to keep him calm.
Yeah, Brenda passing him the puppy dog.
and then I'm going to send it to.
He's
right,
got look.
Just talking.
He's got all of his toys in the background here. Okay, in case he needs a calming thing.
Yeah, it's a safe space.
Yeah, just go and play with me rocket for a bit.
And so that it's not just completely dead air. While I do this, all right, go to sent messages. Frank Burns, no, you goofball. There it is. And there it is, Professor Dave.
They're not. Professor Dave's not coming
right.
to talk to you too. Don't worry about
Science
that.
says, all right, 30 minutes. All right, I'll probably be here still in 30 minutes.
I see, 30 minutes. We need to get through that.
Flat
we'll
earthers,
go through the
again,
spaghetti science
guide. Get your stuff ready. I have one so far in Discord. And like flat earthers typically do, it's a crap observation. They don't like testing their they don't like testing their claims, right?
Is he talking about Slice Barcane, or is he talking about Rumpus, do you reckon? When he says they don't like testing their claims.
Maybe, but not likely.
You know the best way to find drop, I've found, for blue marble scientists.
Look for a hump.
You erect a flag.
You erect a flag, huh? Yeah.
Yep. That makes perfect sense to a blue marble scientist. That if you're looking for drop, get a flag.
Then start moving backwards or something.
Up. Yeah. Put a flag up next to the canal, and then you'll find drop, I think. So Rumpus said.
Members and cult leaders hate having their claims tested.
Way up. Cult leaders don't like having the tests done. But it's all right, because Rumpus is definitely going to do his test. And Slice Barcane will get round to doing his bending water level test as well. They'll all definitely do it, won't they? Because McToon now has said if they don't, they'll be like cult leaders or something. So I suppose if you could make yourself into a cult leader by not doing a test, I bet Rumpus would take that.
Yeah, Rumpus would love that.
I mean, at the worst, he ends up as being a cult leader.
Without lifting a finger.
By not doing anything. Yeah, genius. Well done, Toon.
Way to go, Toon. Yeah.
That's why they don't want to do it.
That's why they
don't want to do a good observation with quality control for confounding variables and things like that. All right.
See, he's talking to you, Rumpus. I hope you're listening to this. You don't want to do it because you want to be a cult leader.
So I was sent this. This is from Ion, who's got this. This is a parabola versus a globe. So, and it's zoomable.
Oh, my word.
Good. So we go all the way here. We'll zoom way in.
Right, look. See this graph? Now keep an eye on these straight lines. The ones that are like horizontals. Don't get confused or tricked.
And verticals.
Well, yeah, the verticals, yeah, this whole grid. But this line here that he's telling you, he's going to be telling you the difference between a parabola and a circle. But pay particular attention between the difference between the straight line and the curve. Don't miss that. Watch.
It looks like the scale, let's see, at this point we have 20 miles per thick box there. See that? So if we go 1,
keeps changing this.
2, you don't see my cursor. 3, 4, 5 to the right. That is 5 times 20, 100 miles. And you can see right there, right in this spot, you do see that dot there, right? That's 100 miles, I think. Right, here's, we got there. So, all right. So that's about 100 miles. You can't see the difference between the parabola and the surface of the Earth.
Just
Let's
100
zoom
miles.
in even
Don't
more
worry about it.
and see how close we have to
Wow.
zoom. You see, you
Look
still
how far
know.
it still keeps going away. It doesn't change at all.
That.
Like it's
Just to
always...
see the little bit of difference. I think one's the geoid, actually. Right?
The geoid. Did you catch that?
The hottest biscuit ticket in town. Send hand-iced gifts this Christmas at biscuiteers.com.
Look how close they are. It's
Look how close they are. Which? The straight line to the curve, or have you managed to confuse people now between the parabola and the circle? Neither of them are real. But there's the difference anyway. There's a difference all the time between the horizontal.
It's very, very close. It's just fine. Just fine. So zooming back out. Yeah, thank you for that, Ion.
Oh, Mike. Is that you, Rob?
It's and you can see it's a parabola. We'll zoom out. That's a parabola. It's fine.
Look at that.
Nothing wrong with using that parabola. Or
not a big difference at all there, huh?
Well, I mean, if you want to make it look like there's not much of a difference, what you do is you compare the circle with the parabola. But if you want to keep everybody understanding what's the real thing is, you tell everybody about the horizontal. And the drop from horizontal, like this is the horizontal that goes over here. And then these, both of them, either one, it doesn't really matter. That's the curve, the difference between one and the other.
That's a drop.
Yeah.
From the horizontal.
Yeah. Doesn't
Most
matter
definitely.
which one of these lines here you're talking about. That's still a drop. Measured. Vertical. Drop. So talk about whatever you want. But don't make sure you don't miss the fact that there's a drop from horizontal that Toon and Rumpus, shout out Rumpus, he's going to be measuring the drop, this vertical change here from one to the other.
They're not looking
it's not
at drop.
there, but that's what Rumpus is going to be measuring.
All right, let's get this one
Rumpus
from
can't draw pictures.
Flat Earth Dweller.
He'll not do well
sent me
out
this
there
one.
in
And of course,
reality.
if anybody's watched a little bit, this is from this starring Mikey Smith. Poor Mikey, he's been sick lately.
I don't know what this is.
So Mikey was the star of this one here, and let me read to you.
Mike's a friend of mine.
From Flat
We've
Earth
had him over for
Dweller.
dinner,
This is
actually.
irrefutable flat Earth evidence, missing curve.
Is that Mike Kavanagh?
No, Mikey Smith, horizontally opposed.
Over land. Now, you can see right above me, location of observer, elevation of observer, location of object, elevation of object, measured vertical temperature gradient. Lacking that, what's the conditions? They don't have any of that. They may have distance. Right, so
you have conditions,
so
do
use
you?
the Earth curve calculator.
Yeah, somebody does something and he says, you haven't done this. And they say, why the fuck would we do whatever you want us to do? We're doing a test.
And
who are
look
you
at
to
this
give
here.
conditions to anybody?
never
I mean, what?
It's the governor. He's taking control of the whole thing. Flat Earth
Governor.
Society is having the law. You'll have to check everything through McToon if you want to do anything in this business.
They're oblivious to these things. It has two
knows it
things.
all.
The following assumptions. The Earth is a convex sphere of radius 6371 kilometers. And number two, assuming that light travels in straight lines. So flat earthers, you need to first show that refraction doesn't exist. You have to falsify Snell's law.
What? Really? Because it says Earth curve calculator and it says assuming that light travels in straight lines. He's saying people have to falsify that first or falsify refraction.
I thought they said that light bends around the Earth.
He did.
Not.
He's saying, but the Earth
Does
curve
that
calculator
not sound
says
like
that
a
light travels
contradiction?
in straight lines.
Yeah, this sounds like a contradiction.
Sounds like McToon laying down a rule for a fucking another red herring. Look over here.
Or as some flat earthers say, Snail's law.
Snail's law?
Lacking that, you need
just
to account for refraction. And what they do is they use conditions that maximize refraction. How many flat earth experiments did they do where they did not see the distant laser light over some distance? And since they didn't see it, they didn't publish. It's a little bit of a...
Oh my God. He didn't do that, did he? Right?
Yep.
Can you imagine how many times the globe earthers didn't find the globe and then didn't publish it? I bet billions.
Amazing.
What a fucking ridiculous fucking argument.
If you use Snail's law, how many snails does it take before refraction kicks in?
Publishing bias, if you don't mind.
Publishing bias. How many times have you not published something that you didn't do? See? I bet lots, right?
Oh, yeah.
You know all of those tests that you didn't do? I bet you didn't publish them, did you?
How could I? Didn't do them.
Yeah. I bet they didn't go the way you wanted as well, and that's why you didn't publish them.
Yeah, I was afraid.
Terrible.
To see, yeah.
There must be billions of them. See, now if you like McToon and you can imagine that, then now you can be imagining that loads of people haven't done things and purposely didn't publish them because they didn't go the way that he wanted them to, or you wanted them to. So he wins.
So let's see. All right.
Unbelievable.
Before I do this, I don't want to get too far back on these. Hessifer says your hair looks really cool today.
Oh, God.
I want to put you in one of my metal videos. Okay. How am I going to be in one of your metal videos? I can't play any musical instruments except for trombone, and I'm a bit out of practice. Not very metal, even though it's made of metal.
Did McToon just say he likes blowing the horn? I think he did, didn't he? I don't know whether that's code or not. Doesn't matter. Whatever your sexuality is, we're fine with that. Right, Blue?
But yes, let me know how I could help. Matt Patak said Lakeshore Drive. Stringer News 1 has a member super chat that says Flurfs will only use a straw man of the globe. Very true. Matt Patak says, yep, about Simon Dan. Stringer News 1 says, when has a Flurf ever done the math? Seriously, and you're right. Flat earthers never do the math. They just have their lookup table. Right? They can't even apply. This is great. What percentage of flat earthers could actually apply 8 inches per mile squared if you gave them a calculator? And that deserves a poll, doesn't it? What percentage?
Really?
And apply 8 inches per mile squared.
McToon, don't worry. McToon's is going to sort it out. If there's any audience that knows anything about flat earthers, it'll be McToon's
less than
audience.
10%.
They're big on flat
He doesn't know nothing about me.
10 to 50%.
Yeah, they do. They know everything about flat earthers. They've been researching flat Earth.
But wouldn't flat earthers just go to the calculator? that the
You'll
baller
notice
made.
that
Why
it
would
doesn't
they
go to
trouble
100%.
themselves?
For using a calculator.
I don't touch the calculator because there's no curve. I don't need it.
Fantasy. You're with me, Rob, right? Fantasy
Yeah.
maths, there's no needed for it.
Nah, man, forget it.
You don't even need
Make
to
some
imagine
make some
fantasy maths, do you?
Yeah. Why not make measurements instead of calculations? Idiots.
There you go. Yeah, keep it real. Keep the maths in the real. It makes it much easier to understand. You don't need to work out squares or anything. You can just measure linear distances. Dead easy. In reality, much easier.
Flat Earth Dweller Man, refraction doesn't exist over land. Let's see what was he in there. There he is. The laser test was over land. Refraction excuses don't cut it. Oh, so yeah. So apparently, Flat Earth Dweller Man imagines that refraction doesn't happen over land. In fact, he's wrong. To nobody's surprise, a flat earther is wrong and was using
the stooge of the flat earther that McToon has hired in his chat. Probably a globe earther pretending to be a flat earther. I can't imagine why any flat earthers would hang around in McToon's chat, to be honest. But hey, takes all sorts.
the anti-scientific method to support his claims. To remind you all, the anti-scientific method. Step 1, select your conclusion. Step 2.
Oh,
yeah. Just wait. Give me 1 sec. So the anti-scientific method, is contrary to what method? The scientific method that none of you motherfuckers follow?
Yeah, but this sounds familiar.
Okay. Yeah.
Sounds.
Carry on. I'm sorry.
Very
I'm sorry.
familiar. Yeah. Let me get this. I'm quite impressed that McToon's been able to do this. Here we go.
Was using the anti-scientific method to support his claims. To remind you all, the anti-scientific method. Step 1, select your conclusion. Step 2, desperately look for evidence that supports your pre-selected conclusion. It is okay to lie. It is okay to misapply things. It is okay to misunderstand things. It is okay to make things up. This is their method.
Yes.
Any of
absolutely not projection. No, don't think that this is anything to do with Blue Marble scientific methods or anything to do with that. This is nothing to do with that. This is McToon working out.
And whatever you can do, it is okay to ignore confounding variables like refraction. That's step 2. Step 3 is ignore disconfirming evidence. It is okay to lie for them. It is okay to ignore evidence. It is okay to just hand wave dismiss things that have been known for a long time. It's okay to say it's just a theory when a theory is actually something that's really, really good.
There you go. That's the method, right? In case you're ready for that. It's okay to dismiss a theory when a theory is really, really good. That's what a theory is within the Blue Marble scientific method. It's brilliant.
It's okay to claim.
Is it okay to question stuff?
No.
Oh, that's what I thought. I shouldn't even have asked that question. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, that wasn't projection on his behalf, and don't question it.
Sorry. Okay. Got it.
That wasn't mantra.
Yeah.
Just.
He's got bunny ears out as well. Frantic bunny ears. I like that.
A scientific law is just a theory, as if that does anything. In reality, it doesn't. And most importantly, it is okay to demand a level of evidence that is impossible. Right? Well, it wasn't perfect, or there was a margin of error. Oh, you can't do that. So that's fine. And then step 4, declare that your pre-selected conclusion was undeniably proven. That's the anti-scientific method. So
we'll have to write that one up and see in the future exactly how closely anybody follows that.
He's telling us his method.
I think so, yeah. No, it wasn't projection. He was telling you about the flat earthers. Definitely the flat earthers, not the people that are obsessed with the flat earthers.
Yeah, and it's not a therapy session for him either at all.
No, he's not looking for any confirmation bias for anybody to give him a thumbs up and say, well done, Toon. Yeah, brilliant. Well done with that.
A flat earth dweller man says that refraction doesn't happen over land. Well, reality chooses to disagree with you. So here I have on my website, mc2.net/refraction, actual measurements of refraction over land. This one here, monitoring the refraction coefficient in the lower atmosphere using a controlled setup of simultaneous reciprocal vertical angle.
If that doesn't prove refraction over land, that he's got it on his website. There's a formula there and everything.
They use two theodolites pointed at each other and targets so that they could automatically measure what happens.
Here we go. Do you want to see the method? Well, I may have missed that. Check out the method that they use.
Land. This one here, monitoring the refraction coefficient in the lower atmosphere using a controlled setup of simultaneous reciprocal vertical angle measurements. They use two theodolites pointed at each other.
Here you go.
Oh no!
You can tell. Can tell. Yeah, you can definitely tell when the Blue Marble Science team are on the go, right? Grab a couple of theodolites and point them at each other. It's the best way of doing science. It's a well-known scientific thing that's done by, was it Jesse Kozlowski and Larry Scott? Jesse Kozlowski, the guy that said the water level drops away from the horizontal and then had to fuck off. And Larry Scott, the guy that told my son that triangles have more than 180 degrees. What a team. I'm glad he's got them on their side. One of them on one theodolite and the other one on the other.
And
hey, look at me.
So that they could automatically measure what happened over time. Right? And so I'll give you that.
Staring into each other's eyeball down the barrel of a theodolite.
I'll let you read that on your own time. Our refraction experiments came across homogeneously vegetated grassland with ground clearances of about 1.8 meters.
If this doesn't prove anything for you, I don't know what will.
That's about the height of a human
it's all what we need.
Camera on a tripod, right? Often
used working heights in survey,
measuring a range of K, which is the coefficient.
When he said he'd done it, he does. He definitely means he's done it. He wrote it down on his website.
Days.
Look at that.
Now, this particular version of K, the coefficient of refraction, I think is using a different version than is used in other places because a value of plus 16 is incredibly huge. It's probably not the actual. It's a different application of the coefficient. 16.
You don't want to use 16.
But what it means is a plus 16 means drastic refraction, causing distant objects to appear slightly higher or allowing you to see things that would otherwise, with zero refraction, be obstructed by, the curving surface of the Earth.
Well, hills.
Anyway, that's one. There's a
stuff that appears from behind hills. McToon.
Has he shown anything of his own?
Yeah, he's definitely done it. Oh, wait a minute. It says measurements over land in Greece. He doesn't go to Greece, does he?
I don't know. Maybe he has a jet.
When he said he did it, he might have done it on a holiday trip to Greece, right? We'll give him the benefit of the doubt. McToon, otherwise he'd be a lying shit. So we'll have to give him the benefit of the doubt that he's actually been to Greece to do this.
Bunch of them, including this one, is pretty good here. Results
maybe
of
he just put it on his website. That might
by
be
the National Geodetic Survey. Go ahead and read that one. It's not that long. It's very nice. They detail
McToon at the Acropolis.
their methodology there pretty well. And what they're doing here is they're looking at different equations based on the temperature gradient, because they actually measure the temperature gradient. And they apply these two different equations to predict the effects of refraction, and then they empirically confirm them with real measurements. Real measurements. This isn't, oh, your math. This isn't just math. This is an application of measurements. Just like I said,
jolly good.
In science, you have a hypothesis. You compute the consequences of your hypothesis, and then you test by comparing it to observations. That's what...
I'm not too sure I go along with that. Computing the consequences.
What does that even mean?
It's Blue Marble scientific method. It's part of the Blue Marble scientific method.
You put the consequences in a computer?
Yeah, you have to know the right formula. The consequent formula.
What this was doing. The Kukumaki and the Garfinkel equations are computing the consequences of the hypothesis, and then they went and they tested them against observations. So, flat earthers.
Flat earthers, get into that. The Kukumaki and the Garfunkel.
Got a pen?
Equations. Yeah, get into them.
Yes, the consequence of the hypothesis. That's what he just said.
Yeah, you compute it.
Yeah, you compute the consequence of the hypothesis.
Yeah. Preferably use the Kukumaki and Garfinkel equations. And then it says there, they gave excellent results for the test. Once you use the equations. Got to get it right. You've got to do it right. If you don't do it right, then, I mean, who knows the mistakes that could happen. The lives that could be at risk for you not computing your consequences correctly.
So you don't test your hypothesis.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't use your Kukumakis and your Garfinkels properly, who knows?
Yeah. Got it.
I bet you can't even compute the consequences of getting it wrong, can you?
There's got to be a formula for that. I don't believe it. They probably have a formula for that.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. See, there's a formula for everything.
Yeah.
There has to be.
Yeah.
There has to be.
Yeah.
It's been measured. It happens.
It happens. Look, it has been measured.
All right. So let's go back to this one here, the Canada laser test.
Oh, Canada laser test. That was one right up your street. It'd be round the corner from you.
They did the wrong thing because they assumed that there was no refraction.
I have one of them green ones.
All right. So here it was above. Let's see here. This right here is the kill shot.
That right there is the kill shot. Can you see what it is yet?
Yeah, it's the kill shot.
Yeah, but can you see what it is?
It looks like a blue gas tank.
I think this is a door handle. It might be the door handle for a front door. I think this is the side of a blue car.
Ah, yeah, okay.
Okay, kill shot. Boom. There you go.
Nice.
Tis globe. Look, blue car.
That's it. I'm convinced.
Well, we have to work you through the Blue Marble scientific method, right? To get this kill shot thing. He'll explain it. Don't worry.
Do you see that right there?
Do you see it?
Yes. Flat Earth Dwellerman says, stop strawmanning. I'm not strawmanning my own model. You are. This right here. All right. I got to get back to that later. This is all right. There's Mikey in his car. He went out to 14 kilometers and a hidden of 25 feet, assuming that light does not curve. And the problem is that they didn't pull up any surveys of this area. They just assumed that it was all at the same elevation, but they didn't verify it.
So it's a non-verified kill shot?
I think they were going over a lake. So they didn't pull up the elevation profiles. for a laser test.
Ask Mikey in person if he did that.
I mean, most of the laser tests are, can you see the laser? So why you'd have to put an elevation test up, I don't know. But stringent methods, I mean, he's a stickler for his rules, isn't he?
Yeah.
If he applies the rules for himself, then he has to apply the rules for other people too. He's very like that. He's honest, at least.
He said no.
Do you have special laser rules?
Straight down the line, McToon. No messing about.
He said he did not do anything to confirm that this was all at the same elevation. So was it at the same elevation? We don't know, because Mikey did not check, and he's the one making these claims.
Was his claim like you can see the laser from over there, from over here? I think. I don't know what his claims were.
Right. So this is, all right, I'll just hit play here. You can see that, but you also see other lights there too. And what you don't see is the lights that are farther. And when he goes to a certain distance, you don't see it anymore. Why is that if nothing's in the...
Right, okay. The laser test, it's like, okay, yeah, you can see the laser. Brilliant. You know what you don't see? The lights that are further away. Has he got some lasers that are further away? I doubt it.
But that's weird, because that's the first thing I thought was I can see lights that are further than the laser.
Yeah, but you can't see the lights that are further away than that.
Okay.
Right, yeah. I mean, if you stick to these rules of Blue Marble scientific method and apply them evenly whenever you're doing your tests, then you have to apply them to other people, don't you? The lights, I mean, in order for you to be honest about this, the lights that you can't see in that picture, you can't see them.
Just straight up, man.
And for all you know, it could be Earth curve that's stopping you from seeing the lights that you can't see.
In the way.
Gotta be.
All right.
Are no magical bulge removing refraction fair.
All right. That was Zoom taboo conspiracy yapping. But look at this. This is the reason why. This is the kill shot.
Kill shot.
Flat earthers think that laser...
Kill shot. Like, can I go just back, right? Oh, it's here, this one. Right. So, these lights, let's just have a look at the position of the car and where these lights are.
When he goes to a certain distance, you don't see it anymore.
There.
Why is that if nothing's in the way?
And where does the camera go? Oh,
all right.
Are no magical bulge removing refraction fair.
All right. That was Zoom.
There. So where would you say that car is in relation to those lights that we've just seen?
I would say behind the camera guy.
Okay.
Taboo conspiracy yapping, but look at this. This is the reason why. This is the kill shot here.
It's the kill shot.
Flat earthers think that lasers are a pencil-thin beam.
Flat earthers think that lasers are a pencil-thin beam. I see you've got a laser. Is it a pencil-thin beam?
Yeah. Got a green one.
Is it a pencil-thin beam?
Yeah.
Is it?
Pencil beam.
Okay. Here we go.
And that when you see it, you are seeing the pencil-thin beam. You're not. This laser, which started as a thin beam, has expanded out to illuminate the entire side of his car.
Okay, there's the kill shot. The laser beam is on the side of his car. Boom, mic drop, lying flat earthers. Kill shot. Take that, flat earthers. Debunked.
He's not seeing a beam. He's inside of a giant cone that goes up and down and left and right all over the place.
So that beam for the laser that's lighting the side of his car is coming up and down, left and right, and going all over the place. That's science. You can't beat that. Debunked.
It's a big cone that definitely is affected by refraction. And we have again Flat Earth Man who's claiming that refraction could not do it. It's incumbent on you to show the application of perspective. You didn't do it. And let me
what?
Yeah. How can you show perspective on the side of your car with a laser that's blue? That didn't even look like the car was in the same fucking opposite direction as the other thing. Debunked. He's a genius.
Yeah.
This is the sort of guy that you need on your team, especially telling people that they don't know what they're doing. They've got everything
100%.
wrong. This is the guy that you want to tell everybody what to do.
Oh, yeah.
You again that empirical measurement.
Tell you, I am glad I am not a flat earther, because this guy would debunk the shit out of anything you do. You'd have to stick up to his stringent scientific methods. You'd not get away with anything, would you?
Over land do not agree with you. All right. Let me see where it is. Right here it is. Plus 16 coefficient of refraction, which means that things would be drastically far.
16.
If they had simply got a measurement of the vertical temperature gradient, no doubt they would have had significantly stronger gradient than 1 degree per 10 meters. Now this one here.
Which vertical?
This one here is measurements over.
Wait a minute. Not the
vertical
tilting
temperature
one?
gradient. How do they do that? The vertical temperature gradient?
They measure the temperature on a vertical. I'm guessing.
Okay.
10 meters. I don't know how you get up 10 meters, though. It's quite a way to go, isn't it, to measure a temperature? I mean, it's all right measuring the temperature at the ground, but McToon requires you to work out how the temperature is 10 meters above. Also, especially if you want to show him a picture of anything, you're required to hand in to the temperature of what it is, the temperature gradient. To McToon, a picture is no good unless it comes with a temperature gradient. And also a bit stalkery, but he wants to know where you were when you took the picture.
Land.
I'm guessing he would love to have it plotted on an XY graph too, right?
Yeah. I think he's probably got like a stalker map on his thing where he's got pins in from everybody that sent him a picture and where they were when they took the picture.
What was the temperature 10 feet above you, sir?
Yeah. It's all right. It's all right saying it was 10 degrees, but what temperature was it 10 feet above that?
Got a 0.2 coefficient of refraction. This one here. This is in German. Yeah. Look at the long words. I love the long words in German.
Doesn't he, like, I don't want to say, I do have an autistic son. Doesn't he sound autistic when he does this shit? Look at this one. It's in German. But what? What is it we're looking at?
I mean, this one is very telling. This is on the left side. This is the coefficient of refraction on a sunny day versus time. So you can see here across the bottom, you see it says 12 there. That's I don't know what time.
Right. I've seen these graphs, right? You know how graphs go. Well, on one of the axes, you have temperature. It's not surprising, it's a temperature gradient. And on the other axis, time.
Yeah, like he just revealed a little nugget.
It may be amazing to find out, right? But temperature over time has got fuck all to do with anything. Absolutely nothing. A complete and utter red herring.
Well, especially given the fact they already had a kill shot.
Yeah.
Is he killing the double kill shot now?
See, temperature over time. Well, that means refraction. And that means we can see anything. We can go, well, yeah, you could see that. Look at the temperature. Temperature at what time? Well, we've got temperature at all the different times. Look how well researched we are. This is what we give for every time we take a picture.
And then it's midnight. I think they did.
You know when Bob did his thing over his lake when he was lying like fuck about his lake dropping in the distance?
Yeah, I remember that.
Did he do that temperature gradient graph for McToon?
No.
You have to get one. Temperature gradient thing.
Maybe not. Anyway,
a balloon one
as
as well.
the sun set, the coefficient of refraction goes up dramatically on a sunny day. And over on the right side, we see the same condition, the same.
Does he say when the sun sets on a sunny day?
Yeah. I think he had it backward, didn't he?
Well, we're going to have to go over that again because that sounds great.
That seems upside down.
I don't know what time that is. It's midnight. I think they did UTC.
Midnight.
Maybe not. Anyway, as the sun set, the coefficient of refraction goes up dramatically on a sunny day. And over the
how sunny can it be? How sunny can the day be as the sun sets? Very not so sunny, or how sunny?
Not nearly as.
How
not
sunny
nearly as
is a sunny day at sunset?
Not as sunny as earlier, probably.
As actually in the day.
How sunny is the sun when you're looking at it?
How sunny is a sunny day at sunset?
Don't look directly into the sun.
Is that supposed to be a tongue twister?
Possibly.
On the right side, we see the same condition, the same setup, but on an overcast day.
Oh.
And the range of the coefficient of refraction there on the sunny day is 0 to 18. You see that scale? And the range on the overcast day is 1 to 2. The coefficient of refraction hardly varied.
I mean, he's always going on about flat earthers,
time period.
Right? He's obsessed with flat earthers. Now, what you've got there is a coefficient of refraction over time, or a temperature gradient over time. How does that affect flat Earth? Or is he not actually talking about that?
I thought he was going with the dude in the laser with his car.
Yeah, the laser on the side of a car. Yeah. Well, that obviously means fuck all about anything, really. It's complete and utter red herring, isn't it? Like, why the fuck's he talking about that?
I don't know.
He must like these graphs, though. I mean, he's put them on his website. Look at him. He likes the red bit,
yeah.
I think. Look at that one. It's different than that one. Flat Earthers would never do that. I'll tell you that, McToon. It's a good job you're doing this, McToon, because Flat Earthers would never do a website like that and put that on.
If you're going to do stuff, do it on an overcast day. Don't do it after sunset.
Hey, that's what Red Slice Barcane said. He was waiting for shitty weather to do his test. It's best conditions, shitty weather. That's what McToon said then. Overcast day. If you want to do an experiment, overcast days. Don't bother going for nice days. Having a nice day out. Wait till it's shitty. You get out there on shitty days. Rumpus. When it's raining.
So, and Bob the science guy sent a picture here.
Oh, look, here we go. Look at this.
Yeah, very nice.
Welcome back, Bob.
Less than ½ inch off on drop. Grab this. We can all look at it. There you go.
Look.
Oh boy.
Here we go.
Lying shit bag, Bob. What are you talking about? Drop of the lake?
That's a good 8 inches.
That's a good 8 inches.
Wow.
Yeah, around about. You see the sticky tape?
Is that the one with the tape?
Sticky tape, yeah.
Yeah.
Sticky tape. Yeah.
Yeah.
You can see it, can't you? Somewhere, I think. Around there. Maybe that guy's going to go and rob his sticky tape. Bob will be flashing his lights on his tripod. Hey, get away from my sticky tape, you.
Leave that there.
Go. There is his
look.
He says, note the 4 o'clock on the wooden pole. You will see a masking tape box. The auto level is at the level of the bottom of the box.
The masking tape.
He said it. I can't believe it.
Literally.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Oh my God,
Wow.
he actually sent that fucking message. Let's hear it again. You lying shit, Bob. But I mean, well done for this. I fucking love it. Well done, Bob. Round of applause for Bob. Thanks a lot. Let's hear this again.
There is his he says, note the 4 o'clock on the wooden pole. You will see a masking tape box. The auto level is at the level of the bottom of the box relative to the lake level. There's a lake between him and the target. The top of the tape box is the curved earth level. There
Jesus.
It is. Look at that. It's like, what masking tape box? Where? What? Where's the water? Like, what? A ½ inch? Like, surely that crosshair's covering a ½ inch. At least.
Oh, yeah.
Like, what? The madness.
So, pretty good prediction, 8 inches per mile squared.
Well, you can't use that.
Well done, Bob. That's pretty good, yeah.
You can't use that formula, dum-dum.
Yeah, you can. Drop of the...
It's wrong.
It's drop of the earth. But it is optics, yeah. You could, like, yeah, it's not the earth, is it, really? It's just optics in the air. So, yeah, McToon shouldn't be using that. It's the wrong time. That's the wrong formula to use in the air.
Come on.
Yeah, even though Bob's got his sticky tape and he said he's done something measuring the drop of ½ an inch.
Well, the tape is technically in the air, practically.
Like, it's confirmation bias. Like, there's definitely none of that. He's gone through this. He's put this thing that Bob's handed to him through the scientific, blue marble scientific method. And he's obviously convinced, right? All of this stuff here, look. Location observer, elevation of the observer, all of that stuff. Bob supplied every little bit of it. Temperature gradient, look. He's checked it thoroughly and it's good. Yeah.
And you can email it to him.
Yeah.
Like Santa Claus, he has a list.
Yeah. Or maybe those rules only apply to flat earthers. And I don't know whether research flat moon. Oh, he could be. Flat mooners.
Yes, flat in this title.
Yeah, the flat mooners. Maybe they get a pass on the temperature gradient one and the elevation of the object, location of the observer. Maybe you get bonus points for putting flashing pattern lights on your tripod.
Oh, obviously.
Yeah.
works
jazz it up a
for
bit.
drop, which is what flat earthers never should do, or never do. You're
Never
right.
should
12
do.
should be midday. All right, let me go back to this one. I don't know why I thought. So 12 is midday.
Yeah, get
this
that
one
picture
specifically
off.
talks about sunset, but yes, you're right. 12 is midday. But this, so in the afternoon on a sunny day, you can see that the coefficient of
So it was 12 o'clock midday and not sunset. So disregard all of that stuff he said a bit earlier about sunset and the refraction and all of that. He didn't mean that. He meant midday.
refraction spikes. It gets super high. And what do you know?
See, what he did think that was midnight, but it's not. It turns out it spikes in midday, not at midnight.
Yeah, he's making his excuse for it. See his hands out like this. Well,
Well, you know, it's easy.
Yeah, what
it's
I was
only
talking
12.
about. Hey.
I mean, it's still 12.
There's going to be a caveat.
Yeah. It's me. I only thought it got bigger refraction at midnight.
Know
Slightly
about
off.
flat earthers' favorite see too far observation. It was a sunny day right over water, right? The one they call the black swan, which is they don't account for refraction.
Is that the flat earthers' favourite picture? Is it? Wow. Must have been voted in.
They never do. And you know who's my favorite flat Earth debunker when it comes to
Who is?
refraction analysis? Who is it?
QE.
You guys know.
Who is it?
Come on.
Who's the best flat Earth debunker
Refraction.
when it comes to demanding
It's a
refraction
quiz.
analysis? You got to know.
Compression. I'd say B-ball.
It is.
I'd say B-ball. Anybody else?
Yeah, B-ball's a good guess.
He compresses them, doesn't he? He
Wally?
squishes them together. Wally only deals with lights in the sky.
Oh, that's
What about Ruhi?
I don't think... I think McToon only goes for the people that are on subscribe to Team Toon. It doesn't go beyond the bounds, and I'm not too sure Ruhif is part of Team Toon.
What about who's got flat FE or flat Earth in the name? That's probably one of his favorites, right?
I don't know.
Like
I don't know whether they all play with McToon.
Yeah, no, the guys that all episode he's been saying flat Earth man or something like that.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
his flat Earth guy in the chat. I don't know. Let's see.
This guy.
Refraction, which we immediately and adamantly claim is always present because there's temperature fluctuation and atmospheric conditions that are consistently affecting what you perceive.
That's right.
Witsit is the refraction debunking genius for McToon.
Witsit demands refraction analysis. So anytime anybody ever says, look at this black swan, you just play this. I have 8 of these and I'll gladly send them to anybody.
Refraction always happens. That's why it's important. Well, if you can't adequately account for refraction, you can't make a claim about the apparent location. Now, can you, Ranty?
No, you can't.
I'm
Ranty. Did Witsit have a word with Ranty? Or was that scripted just recently? Or has he got old stuff from Witsit? Nice.
claiming that you haven't even actually accounted for all the variables and you're touting your trigonometry that literally hand waves dismiss one of the most important variables when it comes to perception, which is refraction. And never in your dissecting of the observations do you even account for refraction that we know for a fact to be present. Refraction increases proportionate to the distance. When you just throw refraction out entirely, invoking the furthest point away in the image and saying that you don't have to account for refraction and making the baseless assertion it doesn't move it because you showed us some really not very great images where they look to be generally the same is laughable, bro.
Laughable, bro. So Witsit is...
I've got a few voice clips, you know.
I mean,
I
will say,
that. He likes the voice clips.
Wit's not necessarily wrong. He's just very verbose.
Yeah, he talks fast. I'll give him that. I can't process 2/3 of what I hear.
That's because 2/3 of it is just words.
Yeah. Said really fast.
Yeah.
And I mean, like, refraction is a thing. I don't think anybody's going to deny that refraction actually happens. And refraction is just weird light effects that you see when you're looking through light.
Yeah, I don't know why McTims is laughing about it, other than,
well,
he talks fast, I guess. But.
Well, yeah, but McToon sort of, he looks very childlike to me, when he's doing this sort of stuff.
That's a scared face. Like, you just happen to pause it, right? People make silly faces when you pause stuff randomly, but it's like
you can do that with McToon nearly all the time, I think.
Yeah. It's like afraid.
Blue Marbles in the chat. Hey, welcome back, Blue. He thinks reciprocal zenith angles are funny. I would as well, Blue. I mean, that's ridiculous.
It is. It's hilarious.
I guess you've been trying to find some sort of surveying procedure that actually uses them, but I don't know. You just laugh about it for a bit.
Is dead on there. He's completely right. If you don't have an analysis of refraction, then what are you doing? What are you doing? You need to include an analysis of refraction. And Flat Earth Dweller Man gave me another one.
See, there you go. Because Whitsitt said that, that's why McToon can walk around now saying you need to include a refraction analysis thing whenever you hand him a picture. You say, have a look at this picture. And he'll go, fuck that. Where's your refraction analysis picture? And you'll go, it's just the grandson.
Dude, it was at my wedding. It was at my wedding.
Not to mention, where's your vertical temperature gradient recordings?
Yeah. You didn't measure the bridesmaid's temperature? How dare you?
Oh, now, come on.
That he wants to get this. He wants to get Flat Earth Dweller Man. What are you thinking? You're gonna get beat down. You didn't even look. You don't even know. And I specifically mentioned this guy's observation. So let me. Is this? Oh, it is. It's a trap. Flat Earth Dweller Man, I trapped you.
Oh, no. Oh. The Flat Earth Society guy in McToon's YouTube comment section. He's trapped him.
He fell for it.
He fell for it.
So
fucking
cute. Just... All right.
Fell right into his trap.
All right, hold on.
Let's see this trap. I'm into this.
Let's see. What is it?
Let's see the trap.
So, how much should the ray curve? Well,
what ray?
Who would you go to for that?
Is he saying raise bend?
When the stakes are high at work, your tone matters. Grammarly's advanced tone suggestions can.
Who would be the person
another 20
that would
cents.
be? Maybe the guy to definitely check.
The subject matter expert, Andrew Thomas Young, our favorite guy.
That's a good idea, Quantum Eraser. We should definitely do that.
Andrew Thomas Young.
It's Andrew Thomas Young's going to check whether Ray's bent. Or is QE's going to check?
San Diego State University, Astronomy Department.
Okay.
The subject matter expert.
Hey, QE, you kind of jumped in there while I was talking.
So, Andrew Thomas Young, San Diego State University, Astronomy Department. the subject matter expert.
Yeah. The subject matter. I get that.
Andrew Thomas Young, the subject matter expert.
He just can't stop interrupting.
We got our favorite subject matter expert, Andrew Thomas Young, cited here.
Okay, enough, QE, enough. I got it. Andrew Thomas Young, right here. How do you calculate ray bending?
Was he doing a bit? Was that a comedy bit?
Well, I don't know whether you know the story about Andrew Thomas Young, or what's his face, as like the Flat Earth called him, and how he came into this arena. Does anybody know who Andrew Thomas Young is?
I heard of him.
Like QE
He's a professor at
says
San Diego State. Yeah.
Yeah, it's astronomy.
Yes.
Right, and as everybody knows, astronomy guys are normally the best at shape of the Earth type stuff.
Sure.
Especially when they're touted as the experts within it by
subject
people. Yeah. So who's give him the subject matter expert?
Big tune.
Straight lines. Well, no, QE. 10th man, I think, was the first one that introduced Andrew Thomas Young to me. And you know, when you're told about that sort of stuff by salesmen, you should definitely go along with it.
Of course.
So what do you reckon Andrew Thomas Young is the expert in?
Refraction. Light bending.
Straight lines. Light. He does light. You know what he doesn't want to do, though? Fata Morganas. He's not interested in them. Doesn't want to see any of the Fata Morgana sunsets. The common, perhaps, I think. Like, there's loads of them. Who is Andrew Thomas Young? Do you not know, Blue? I think you should.
There it is. This is it right here. This is the important part. Circulating rays. I've read this. I've read several of these different citations that he has here. It goes over the predictions and also the empirical measurements of it.
Empirical measurements.
Check if the convention can
29
calculations are correct.
1913.
And so we have here 0.11 degrees per meter. Here we have, let's see, 0.12 degrees per meter. They call it the lapse rate, is what it is. The vertical lapse rate is what is necessary to bend light at the same radius as the Earth. That's what this is here.
You know, I've heard a lot of people talk about this. Light travels in straight lines, right? Everybody's heard that, right? It comes in parallel. Everybody's heard that, right? Light comes in parallel. But there's a lot of these guys who are calculating what's required to make light bend. Does he say the bend at the radius of the Earth? Did he?
At the same radius as the Earth. That's.
Huh.
Yeah. So, how much does the the radius of the Earth bend? Well, that's how much you calculate to get the light to bend at the same rate of the radius of the Earth. Sweet.
Well, the radius is a straight line, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh.
Calculate how much it.
What this is here.
With Andrew Thomas Young and make two.
Let me make sure I get this particular thing here. Anyway, so I put in the chat. I should get General Akbar's It's a Trap. So, all right, there it is. In there,
that was
it talks specifically about 1 degree per 10 meters, or 0.11 or 0.10 degrees per meter, which is all you need to bend light at the same radius as the Earth. If there's more change in temperature than that, then it will cause the light to continually bend down and reflect off the surface of the water. So you're going to get this thing where it hits the water, comes up, hits the water, comes up, hits the water, comes up. And because light expands out into a cone, in these, especially if it's in a laser, you're going to get this cone. You're going to, when you look across the water, oftentimes you'll see across the water an actual smear of the light across the water. And when you see that, that's a sign that the light has been bending and bouncing off of the surface of the water. Okay.
Has anybody ever seen that? I mean, that sounds fantastic. No, we wouldn't. No, this is, he'll have tested it. He doesn't he wouldn't be the sort of person that doesn't want you testing any of his claims. That would be cult-like behavior. So obviously, the bouncing light across the water should be, well, it definitely, he's talking about it, lasers and shit. You've seen it, haven't you?
Bouncing water, bouncing laser lights on water. Wow, Toonie.
Yeah, you never done it. Like skimming. You used to do it with stones across the water. You never done it with lasers.
I got to give it a go.
Yeah. You've got a laser, haven't you?
Yeah.
Take it to the water side and bounce it off the water a few times.
You just chuck the fucking laser in there.
Next spring, I'll do that. I'll film it while I'm doing it. Yeah.
You could have a competition with your mate to see who could get the best bounce.
Wow.
So let's go to this particular one here, the Berlin gap observation. And if I'm right, they actually measured
he's right,
the vertical temperature gradient here. And the reason why I say that Dr. John D is not a real doctor is because he says...
Because you're a lying shit.
He says...
That's why. Hypocritical lying shit.
He claims to have a degree in some form of optics. And if anybody has a degree in some form of optics...
Spectroscopy.
You definitely would expect them to be able to apply refraction appropriately, but he never does. He does it left to right instead of vertically. So, all right, maybe this isn't...
Does it left to right instead of vertically? Did he just say that? Oh, nice. It's all right. He's been known to lie, so don't worry about it.
It was Brighton that I was doing. All right, but anyway, so he has this beachy head here thing. Yeah, this is a different one. So he doesn't have the vertical temperature. He might not. Maybe he does. I don't know. The vertical temperature gradient in this one, but he does at Brighton. That's the one I was thinking of. So, all right, 7 meters above tide level. You can see here the data analysis: tide, mean sea, tide, camera at beach, camera on tripod, camera height, right? None of this is refraction. So where does he take into account refraction? I don't know.
2 meters above tide level.
Oh, and whose voice is that? That would be Karen. Karen B. So we're close. Karen and I are close. She's such a kidder.
Prudent camera height, 8 meters above tide level, or 26 feet above tide level. Berlin Gap tide level above LAT, 2 point...
She's just reading it.
That's what she does. She's the narrator.
So, what does Earth Curve Calculator say?
Let's
see.
According to...
All right. Now here they use the same Earth Curve Calculator, but they did crop out the part where it says that it's assuming no refraction. Right? They did not do...
Yeah, he added that later, analysis.
I think. And what does Austin say?
Refraction always happens. That's why it's important.
Yep, it is important because it always happens.
To the Earth curve calculator, the hidden height would be 285 feet or 87 meters.
All right. Do they address refraction here?
If the hidden height is 285.
All right. I'm going to see if they have a...
He's not, like he's literally, this is scientific method. Completely skip past half of the points of anybody. And you're just looking for something that they didn't do, refraction, right? And then he can go, aha, you didn't do refraction.
How dare she read that?
Yeah. Without messing about refraction.
Well, I'll search the transcript for refraction.
87 meters. I mean, refraction? There's a picture. There is a picture there.
It turns up that there's no refraction mentioned in the... you don't see it on the screen there. I'm searching for refraction. In the transcript, it's not there.
No. Just the picture.
Here's the transcript.
And just all of the other details.
And you don't see the search
but
bar.
Nothing
but no
to do with
refraction
refraction to that, I'm guessing.
Flat Earth Dweller Man. You didn't include refraction analysis in there. So the problem is, how do you know what it's supposed to be?
That's it. It's fucked it. Flat Earth Dweller Man. Well done. You've just invalidated an entire video from Dr. John D. Because you showed it to McToon, and that's it. I mean, he didn't have something on there that he required on his list. I mean, you saw what Bob did earlier. Bob gave him everything. That should have been the example of what you needed to do, and yet you didn't.
He doesn't have refraction in his list, does he?
If only he had a piece of tape, maybe that would have made a difference.
No, I mean, he'll have to add that in. Like this list here of things that are required. He'll have to put it in, refraction, because that's what he's saying this has nothing to do with. Yeah, it's okay. It's an unwritten rule.
Okay.
Be on the globe if you didn't actually test the globe. Because on the globe, we don't say refraction doesn't exist. We say refraction does exist. So,
see, it's an unwritten rule. He does say that. Testing the globe, they do say that fraction does So that must mean that Wits it.
All right, and then he sent me a J. Tolan Media one. So let me make it clear. This isn't quite what we're talking about, but it's on there a little bit. J. Tolan Media #1 is terrible at identifying distant features and landmarks. So his video
debunk J. Tolan Media. Then he's no good at identifying things.
Well, he does draw lines on pictures.
J. Tolan.
Yeah.
Okay. Does he not label things, features in the distance?
Yeah, he labels things. Yeah.
Oh. Does he get them wrong or something? Because McToon says.
I don't think so. I mean, he labels on picture. Yeah. Great picture too.
Yeah. Yeah, he does. He does
fantastic
all that
comedy.
Doesn't he?
But his voice is a little drony. So there's that. His
voice is a little bit drony, says McToon, and that could invalidate everything that he does, unfortunately.
I think so.
Yeah.
Check the list. Does it say drony voice?
No. No, but I'm guessing that's a bit of a personal bias of McToon, which we should take on of ourselves as well, because McToon said it, so we should say, yeah. Yeah. Otherwise, he might get upset.
So, anyway.
Is that it? We're not going to see McToon Tolan's videos? No.
The time is gone.
Drony voice.
I'll save that. I'll save that, Bob. Thank you for that. Okay, let's finish this poll. The poll is what percentage of flat earthers can apply 8 inches per mile squared given a calculator? Less than 10% of them can, according to 90% of you, almost 300 votes. And 10 to 50% thought, or sorry, 4% of you thought that 10 to 50% could, and then 50 to 75% got another 4%. So,
wow.
And nobody voted for 75 to 100% because we all know they can't. They can't.
They can't work out 8 inches per mile squared. Probably because they don't know what to do with the square bit.
Yeah, because it does sound like when it is being said, it sounds like a parentheses.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right, Gary. Gary is in the chat. Poor Gary. Gary's so funny. Gary, what's the formula that predicts the bottom-up obstruction for flat Earth? Uh-oh, Gary doesn't do math. Okay. Let me get back to, I kind of got off track here. So Pat in the chat says, wouldn't trombone be brass metal? I suppose.
Wait, did he skip that formula or is he looking
trombone
for
was
it?
only cool for...
Which formula?
The bottom up one that he said.
No, he was asking Gary Wabenga for it, for the bottom up formula for flat Earth. I'm taking Gary Wabenga's. I'm pretty sure they've got a bottom up formula for the globe.
Yeah.
Do you know what that is?
No.
I'm guessing 8 inches per mile squared.
Oh yeah.
It's just a guess.
You can't use
rough
that.
Guess. Yeah, they
can't use
they
that.
can't use that one. No.
Yeah.
Globe's got that one covered.
For a short time when ska was cool. So ska is on the outs right now. So Matt Patak is a new member at Einstein. Thank you very much for that. And then Matt Patak says Patak. Oh, it said Patak, Old Bohemian, Polish for bird. Okay, Matt Patak. How's that? William Foley is a new member at Einstein. Thank you for that, William. Serena's one says missing curvature. I didn't get an Amber Alert. And Heat Shield says Toon is a modern day Egon Spengler. I don't know how to take that. I mean, I like Ghostbusters, but is Egon the one that you want to be? Anyway. You're all on steroids. Says, why are you asking these idiots if you've seen the curve? I mean, it's a good point. I mean, there's pictures of the curve.
What idiots? Is he asking his members and calling his members idiots? Or does he assume that there are flat earthers that watch him? That he's speaking to? That are waiting there to go, oh, well, I would send McToon a picture. But, I mean, I've done the temperature gradient and I've got the elevation of the object and the location of the object. I can't remember the elevation I was at.
Idiots.
I'll have to go back and measure the elevation I was at first before I send him your picture.
Yeah.
And if you've seen the...
McToon should do that. He should just start calling his audience idiots. You stupid flat earthers.
The video I did with, or how Bryce Mitchell accepted my challenge. We're going to debate Bryce Mitchell, the UFC fighter. He's like, in his response to me, he's like, well, he thinks that I have the burden of proof. And flat earthers say it all the time. They try to escape having to provide evidence for flat earth by trying to say that they don't have the burden of proof because theirs is the default position. In fact, Witsit said that today on one of my posts on Facebook. But no, that's not actually a thing.
Here we go.
Right? It's not... The burden of proof, if you're coming into something, you know, with all things being fair and equal and nothing, then the burden of proof is 0. It's all, 0. Nobody has any default position. That's
right. I'm particularly thinking about the debate that me and Blue Marble had on Friday, right? If everybody comes in at an equal footing and you know what the debate is, then the debate should just be on the arguments presented on the day, right? Of each people to go into it. Now, McToon's talking about Bryce Mitchell doing a debate, and Bryce Mitchell wants to say McToon should present something. And McToon's saying, no, that's not how it works. Listen to how McToon's, oh, that's a good face. See how McToon thinks that this should play out.
It's a fine place to enter a debate. Yeah. But traditionally in Lincoln Douglas debates, they have a specific roles, and the person that is standing against the generally accepted position is the one that has the bigger burden of proof.
What?
Yeah. The one that's standing against the generally accepted rule is the one that has the bigger burden of proof. Now, where do you think McToon's going to stand upon this?
Oh God, that's
generally accepted.
Yes.
Right?
So that means anybody else has the burden of proof.
To prove him wrong.
No, I wouldn't say that.
No?
Hark back to the debate that we had. I mean, I presented arguments, didn't I?
Yeah.
But I think what McToon means is that he can just go, nah, tis globe. And then you go, well, what do you mean? And you go, well, I've got the generally accepted normal case for thingy. So you're the one that has to present. And you go, well, yeah, I did. And he goes, well, tis globe.
Exactly.
Yeah. I win. I mean, it's a general rule of debate with a thingy and Macmillan. He's got a book.
It's all twisted.
Yes.
Hang on, but it's totally twisted because the general accepted thing is, okay, that's your claim. Now back that up. And then somebody goes, no, because of this. And then, right?
Yeah.
Am I way off? Yeah.
Yeah, but not. This is new style. This is modern day debating. This is modern science. This is Blue Marble debates. Blue Marble science.
Consensus by default. He's starting off with a consensus position.
Yep.
How can you beat that? I mean, it's game over from the beginning.
Yeah. Any engagement with McToon is fruitless, isn't it? You're never going to get anywhere with it.
If you're talking about debates,
look,
Lincoln Douglas style and others as well,
Lincoln
Douglas, then Flat Earth definitely has the burden of proof, the larger burden of proof, and within science, that's the case as well.
It's delusional,
within
man.
Science,
really?
Yeah, we've got the consensus. Fuck you guys, science.
Yeah.
That's how we do science. You're the ones that are saying that we're not right. So you prove that we're not right. Otherwise, we've got the consensus.
Yeah. That's right.
Yeah.
Prove me. If you can't prove me wrong, then I'm right.
Yeah. And I don't have to present anything. You've just got to prove me wrong. Prove you wrong about what? Well, you tell me.
What am I not right about?
Yeah.
You don't roll into science and say, well, I'm going to just hand wave dismiss all the existing science and just declare that my position is the default position because reasons.
Yeah, you don't get a chance to do that. You don't. Oh no, you can't just roll in here and say you're science and you've got the default position. I've already got it. Listen to it again. This is fucking brilliant.
How dare you?
Yeah, you don't get to do that to science.
Generally accepted position is the one that has the bigger burden of proof. So if you're talking about debates,
just debates.
Lincoln Douglas style and others as well, then flat Earth definitely has the burden of proof, the larger burden of proof. And within science, that's the case as well.
See?
You don't roll into science and say, well, I'm going to just handwave dismiss all the existing science and just declare that my position is the default position because reasons.
Yeah.
No. If
This
you want
is
to
classic model
stand against
affliction.
the position that is generally accepted in science, that is absolutely allowed and encouraged, and you absolutely should do that.
Model affliction.
But you don't get to dismiss the existing science. You need to address the existing science. Right? That's
yeah. Like, especially if you're a blue marble scientist, right? You don't just get to hand wave dismiss geometry, right? You don't just get to say, not that geometry. No, you just don't. What you do is you take the position of science, right? You say, this is the generally accepted position that I'm in here within my science, and my science has this geometry that goes with it. So you don't get a chance to do that.
It's like narcissism wrapped up in burden of proof reversal and like straw man, all rolled up in one.
Yeah, it's hard to work out which fallacy you've got to pinpoint because
he mixes all kinds of shit.
It's
together.
like a fucking army of them, isn't there?
Yeah.
It's the first step of a revolutionary change in science. Read Thomas Kuhn. You need to show how the existing science is maybe wrong or incorrect or incomplete, and then show the newer version, the updated version, right? And of course, that also, it's all together that you need to actually show that yours is better. And flat earthers saying, nuh-uh, globe this, I don't understand globe, isn't actually showing that your position is better, and you are actually coming from a position of weakness when you do that, right? I'm happy to show lots of evidence for the globe. I can do that for plenty.
No proof, though. No proof. Don't worry. Just evidence, no proof.
And I've done that here. I've shown how the globe matches predictions over of bottom-up obstruction. And
has he? Did he? Did I miss that? It must have been on another episode.
All right. So I think you're not understanding. Flat Earth Dweller Man is sending me videos. Look, Flat Earth Dweller Man. Look right up here. Right up here. Do you see this? Read that, Flat Earth Dweller Man. Don't send me fake Dr. John D's whining about refraction that he doesn't understand.
Yeah.
Send me an observation.
Refraction isn't on there, but we'll put it on there.
Location of the observer, location of elevation of the observer, location of the distant object, right? Send me those things. A picture.
Refraction.
I'm not going to play a video right now of your stuff, right? If you want to come on and we could discuss it, sure. You could jump me right to it because you've checked it. Okay. But I'm not going to just watch a video in real time and because I can't digest it all.
That for you.
In real time here. So all right, I'm going to check on now. I posted this on Facebook asking people, and I don't think people did anything on Facebook. My post has 100 comments already. So we've got oh my goodness. Frederick Michael on Facebook doesn't understand a stinking thing. And I've already shown you, and he's talking about the Chicago skyline.
Right. This guy, McToon, he's got Facebook accounts, he's got Twitter accounts, he's got Instagram accounts, he's got TikTok accounts. And you know what he does? Flat Earth. Absolutely obsessed with flat Earth. on Facebook, Flat Earth on Instagram, Flat Earth on TikTok, Flat Earth on Twitter, Flat Earth on YouTube, Flat Earth on his website. He's not obsessed with Flat Earther, no. He's not a Flat Earther.
And he's definitely not. He definitely isn't threatened by it.
No, he isn't troubled by it either.
No, yeah.
Doesn't feel a need to dismiss it at any cause, and he's not got every waking thought of it. He goes over Flat Earth at all. No.
Of course, he applies 8 inches per mile squared, and that's it. So let's see what we have here. We have Flat Dearth. Love him. No, I don't think anybody's actually challenging and that's the thing. When you actually ask them, well, show me.
Strange, isn't it, that nobody's actually coming back to him, seeing as he's being so accommodating on people sending him stuff. It's weird that nobody wants to get engaged.
Give me that observation, right? They don't have it. Yeah, Jeebus says, I told him before the stream even started he would have no link or pictures in the end. What a surprise. So if you think that video has something there, Flat Earth Dweller, go to the video,
likes that guy,
get a screenshot of the video, get the details of the location, get the measurements of the vertical temperature gradient, and if you lack that, then I'm going to need the details, right, of the weather conditions for the day. Was it overcast or was it sunny? What time of day was it? Those things. You won't do it. All right.
It's like rather stalkery, creepy. If you send him a video or a picture, he needs to know where you were, what you were doing, what you were wearing.
What's your license plate number?
Yeah.
Hopefully.
Yeah. Whether you were wearing shorts and flip-flops or whether you had a jumper on.
What's your favorite color?
Nobody on Facebook did anything.
Nobody
no surprise there.
Nobody did anything for him.
Let me check my email here. Nothing from Professor Dave. I wouldn't.
How dare they? Professor Dave's he's fucking dumb.
He says, I could send examples of seeing too far for days and days. Okay, and still yet you haven't given me one, right?
See, who's that? I can give you examples of seeing too far for days and days. That's got to be somebody playing up to him, right?
Yeah, time and space.
Why would anybody say that? Is it a common thing that you hear people saying?
I can give you pictures. Yeah, I can give you pictures for days and days about that.
I see for too far. Look, over there. Where? Well, over there, too far away. It's a common thing.
You see those stars over there? That's too far. Should be able to see that far.
Look right there, Flat Earth Dweller. Right there. I'm asking you to send one. Just one.
Nice.
This many. That matches this criteria right here, Flat Earth Dweller. Right there. You're not going to...
Anybody else got a thingy for McToon? Has anybody got, like, just something? McToon, come on, send us something. Like, put some really weird criteria on something and just keep going. Look, send me something, will ya?
I think he's secretly asking for dick pics.
I think so. Yeah. He wants he just wants somebody to talk to.
Yeah.
Just get yourself on some emailing lists, dude. You'll be fine.
Going to do it, are you? You can say you're going to do it for days and days, but you're not actually going to do it. Right? And then the next thing you're going to have to do, Flat Earth Dweller, is provide the plausible mechanism and the way that we can test that plausible mechanism for bottom-up obstruction for flat Earth when there's nothing in the way.
Holy shit. I just want you to send me one picture, right? And then some plausible mechanism that tells me how we can work out the quotient formula for the refraction of thingy.
Okay, hang on. So then his reason for bottom-up obstruction is what? Earth curve?
I'm guessing. Like, this is the way he does it, right?
Well, it has to be. But
8 inches per mile squared, I think that's what he's talking about.
Maybe it's not dick pics, maybe it's butt pics.
Rounded curvature.
Yeah. Bottom up obstruction. I mean, read through the lines here, Bev.
I know.
You won't do that. You definitely won't do that. I've seen flat earthers at least send pictures. They do send pictures from time to time.
See, he's just after the pictures.
Things
Only
you shouldn't
flat
see.
earthers, though. Doesn't want it from Globers. It must be like a perversion.
Yeah, like
he's a voyeur.
Yeah.
He's a voyeur.
Flat earth voyeur.
Here's something you shouldn't see.
Yeah. You want to see something you shouldn't see? Too far away?
What a weirdo.
Close up.
They're like, we see
So
too
listen.
far, but they never actually are too far. They never are. Never.
See, look. We see too far, but they're never too far because you can see them. They're not too far. He knows. He knows what game he's playing. He's fucking clever.
Never are actually see too far. So, all right. Weeboo Metalhead says, game canceled so I can finally catch Tuesday live. So how much dumb are we dealing with today? A bit off topic. But when you do the Santos doc, he does have a Sovsit past and can't go back to Australia. You're right. Santos Bonacci.
This is not drama.
Is such...
He doesn't normally do this sort of thing, McToon. He's not into this type of stuff. But, I mean, when it is scientific, I guess we have to go over these things.
A self-absorbed narcissist that he spent years not paying tolls driving through.
It's the narcissism thing. It's not a projection or anything. He's talking about somebody else, not himself.
Toll stations, and got himself more than 100, I think, past due tolls, and had somewhere in the range of $150,000 of tolls, and went to court for that, and there's jail time for that potentially, right? And when it's the quantity that he has, it's a good amount of jail time. So he left Australia. He can't go back to Australia without going to jail. Poor Santos, that's right. He thinks that he is better than everybody else and he shouldn't have to pay for roads to be built because he's that awesome and nobody else is. So, Matt Klein talking about digesting a Flurf video. Flurf videos are to me make me feel like I've overdosed on X-Lax. You wouldn't want explosive diarrhea in the middle of watching a video. So anyway, let's see.
Excellent. That's what you want.
I don't see anything from you.
Diarrhea
Flutter,
jokes.
so.
Get them in there.
Says, I will be debunking MC Cartoon's laughable take on the firmament in my channel soon.
Yeah.
Oh, he even has a channel. That's adorable.
Oh, somebody's
how
got
big?
a channel.
How big is your channel? Let's see. On my take of the firmament, is simple. Where's the empirical evidence of the firmament? How far is it? How high is it? What's it made of? What? You have one subscriber, you idiot.
Those are good questions, and he's making fun of somebody for having one subscriber.
One subscriber.
Everybody's got to start somewhere, right?
Yeah, it's apparently intelligence as well is a link to how many subscribers you've got on YouTube. So if you've only just opened your account, I'm afraid. That's not good for you.
Yeah.
Can't be in McToons' club. I mean, look at this.
Oh,
This
man,
is adult behaviour, this. I mean, this is a typical scientific, blue marble scientific behaviour. Natural, normal behaviour. Look at him.
Is that ROFL MAO?
He has one subscriber. It's his mom.
Good. He's got a mom that supports him.
Nice.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I wonder if he's got a membership.
Yeah.
She might have got paying Patreon. You never know, dude.
All right, well, certainly you will.
It's not about quantity, is it? It's more about quality. You can't have better quality than your mom.
Well, right. I mean, I'm just saying maybe McToons doesn't have the support of his mom.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Or maybe he has the support of his mom and his dog and Brenda.
Right, yeah.
Answer all of these questions, Flat Earth Dweller. What is the firmament made of? Why, when you point radar at the sky where the moon or sun or planets are not currently residing, do you not get a bounce back? But when you do point at the moon, you get 280,000 miles. And when you do point at the sun, you get 93 million miles.
What?
Do you?
Really? Like a laser, sort of length of laser?
Radar.
A radar. Nice. Nice. Point a radar at it.
Why? So
It's another 20 cents from McToons, dude.
Answer that in the ad. At least you get the amount of time that light would take to go that far and back. So, we've got Professor Science joining us. So, all right, hold on a second. Let me get this set up for you. I can science that.
Sorry, so late.
That's all right. People can hear you. People can see you.
Right, what time is it? Oh, wow, look at the fucking time. Thanks for watching. I tell you what, guys, we're going to go back and we're going to do this. I'll save this one here.
Oh, boy.
And then we can go back over this tomorrow, because we have gone quite a way. And, we can't let spaghetti scientists go.
Great way to start tomorrow is with that spaghetti that.
Yeah. It is a bit boring, right? But I mean, remember, he is come on because he's doing the 8 inches per mile squared. And some of the chat that these two get onto and watching the way that they react together.
McToons Jr.
Holding each other's willies.
Well, it's a team. I think this is... I can science that, the spaghetti scientist. I think this is his big chance to come on board with the Toon Army.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love his background, background image there. It's good.
He's not got as many toys as McToon has he? So I think he might go with that. I mean, yeah, nice. Let's have a look. What are we doing? One of the thingies had disappeared. The you don't understand. Elevations. I don't know where it's gone. No, I know what I know for a bit. Oh, yeah. Askin says Beddy's doing his presentation at Blues tomorrow on celestial navigation. So if you didn't know how celestial navigation works, Beddy, the blue marble logician, that's obviously not really helped Blue with any of the logic, but he should be able to do tomorrow. Beddy, the guy that religified the globe for blue marble, so now we all know that Super Faithful belong over there with these science guys. The religion of science, the religion of the blue marble scientists is going to be on tomorrow. He's going to be doing that. Celestial navigation. Oh, Askin says, thanks, Askin. The title is, Does Celestial Navigation Work? So they're questioning it already. That's the globe, guys. Imagine what...
Treading on thin water. Thin ice.
Yeah, well, imagine what the flat earthers are going to do, because that's the #1 flat earth proof.
What? Hang on. Celestial navigation. Does it tell you where you are or where you want to go? Because they seem to be confused about that too.
Well, I don't know. I mean, the title of the video is, Does Celestial Navigation Work? It doesn't say, does it work for GPS or does it work for navigation to tell you where you're going? It's just asking a general question, does it work?
Treading on thin ice.
I know.
Well,
10th man's going to be coming after him, I know that.
Let's define work then.
Yeah, Saragaki out. Scientology. Science-nology, probably. It'd be a bit better. Science-nology. Okay. So, yeah, thank you. Join us tomorrow. I said I'd go over pages proof. Probably already done it, but I'll get on the whiteboard and we'll see whether we can show people the relationships and why it does work and doesn't work.
Thanks, Bev. Another great day.
Yeah. Thank you very much. It was a long one today, 5 hours. Going over other videos, but this one has been a good one. McToon finally letting us know that 8 inches per mile squared, the fictional maths, the impossible fictional maths from the globe. Well, that is the drop from horizontal. Now, the drop from what? Ask yourself. We've got some arguments that seem to fly in the face of all of that bullshit now. That's where we go. Thank you very much for watching. Join us tomorrow. See you later.
Double think, cloud your mind. If you walk that road, you'll be left behind, like swaying branches in the air, lost in confusion, filled with despair. Arguments and fallacies taken from the book of lies and deceit. There are those who will never see the gift of Logos that was given to me. And I know how water flows, I know what level shows it. You'll be wasting your time, trying to change what's been defined. I know what I know. I know what I know. You don't think it's measuring, but it's not. It's optical phenomenon. All you fools think you know what's beyond. I know how water flows, and I know what level shows, and you'll be wasting your time and mine, trying to change what's been defined. I know how water flows, and I know what level shows, and you'll be wasting your time trying to change what's been defined.
Horizon means the line where the sky meets the earth. Yeah, that's the definition I'm going by.
All
And I'm
horizontals
saying,
are parallel to the
let me
plane of the
finish.
horizon.
Let me finish. You can't just spout your logic